y amigas. Bienvenidos ataquiendo de Femioso de Peoples. If you don't speak Spanish, I just said hello, men and women, male friends and female friends. Welcome to Talking with Famous People. Me llamo es Eric. Making sense, art or science? Well, it's actually a little bit of both, I've determined. Like, I've been thinking a lot about the challenge of explaining to others or operationalizing a definition for the distinction between something that's a real distinction and something that's not a real distinction. And what I was considering before was the idea that real distinctions are somehow at the end of a chain of things. But it's not, in fact, a determinate way to evaluate things. So, like, if you talk about um, how perceivers are distinct from judgers, you're not talking about a real distinction. And it's partially because what you're really talking about are action types and knowing types as perceivers, and they don't really have any commonalities mechanically that you're pointing to there. Just saying, if we observe these action and knowing types, we can call them perceivers. It's just like labeling it bag A. Whatever's in bag A, that's bag A. It would be just as good to say that it were bag B. Um, you could put, like, let's say you've got 4 apples, 4 oranges, 4 pears, and 4 cherries, apricots, peaches. Apples, oranges, pears, and peaches. Okay. Now you could put them together like 1 apple, 1 orange, 1 peach, 1 pear, and say, this is your sampler pack, right? In which case, you are making some kind of a real distinction in some sense because you're saying, like, if you get something called sampler pack, it's going to have one of each. On the other hand, if you say, well, bag A contains oranges, bag B contains apples, C contains pears, D contains peaches, then you're making a more real distinction than the first one. The first one still qualifies as a real distinction because it's operationalized to the consumer's preference. Um, in other words, like, it makes a real distinction because customers make a real distinction between whether or not they get all oranges or a mix. But if I'm talking about oranges and apples, well, that's making a different kind of distinction. It's saying these things appropriately belong in the same set because they're the same thing, and these other things are different things, right? So with cognitive functions, we could look at that as perceivers are like a sampler pack. It's a nice term to have. You know what it refers to. It refers to an assortment of all the knowers and the action types. But it's not making a distinction about the types. Rather, it's a label we use to do the same thing as this is a sampler pack, right? Yeah. I get a cigarette here. The beverage. Whereas, like, if we say that these are knowing functions, we are making a real distinction, even though there's more than one knowing function. Knowing function is not the end of the line in the same sense that, like, apples, all oranges, all pears, all peaches, that's kind of like
Yeah.
the end of the line of the distinction making, right? It's kind of the atomic level of distinction making. Well, saying that knowing functions are knowing functions is making a real distinction, but it's not the end of the line in the sense that there is also, you can make the distinction between ni and si. The thing that makes knowing a distinction that's real is that knowing is meaningfully distinct from other ways of paying attention in ways that are common to both forms of knowing. Namely, that they're receiving functions and that the epistemic reality of them is instantaneous conclusion rather than deliberated out, take time conclusion. So it's hard to explain to people then exactly how to know whether a real distinction is being made or whether it's just a grouping label. And this is something that people have a lot of trouble with in typology. Socionics is basically an entire field dedicated to not understanding the difference between real distinctions and just category labels.
How come socionics seems to get in when in intertype relations, like when they talk about asymmetric relations, they seem to get it right, but where others are more like not as distinct as asymmetrical.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what their various terms mean, but it is the case that, like, if that you could have a term that describes, for example, the same on the perceiving axis but different on the judging axis. So that would be like two SE-NI types who are have who differ on the TI-FI question, right? That'd be, and you could have a term for that. Maybe that's what their term is meaning when they say asymmetric. Right? I don't really know.
I guess, like,
No, somebody else developed that word, Klaus. Go ahead.
I guess what like how come like I try to get it's different. I guess based on your type because like I seem to get conflictor type. I'm like I can tell. I mean, ESTJ. A lot of people can, but there's just like some like tension there when it's or like miscommunication, even when it's just lighthearted. So when it comes to conflictor types, I think socionics got it right.
Except, look at me and my conflict.
That's what I mean. Like you have plenty. You had a best friend who was an ISFP.
Yeah, and the bottom line about the whole intertype thing is there are a number of things in typology where there isn't good symmetry like that.
Yeah.
So just because the mechanical relationships between the two function stacks are the same, the fact that they've got different functions in different places makes it play out differently.
That makes sense.
Um,
Is Fi polar less?
I mean, I would say I always felt, or have historically felt, much more in conflict with TE heavy types.
Yeah.
Because they're more getting in the way of my tool function.
It's true.
And it is the case that if you prevent me from using my dominant tool function, it's going to make me super mad. It's true for everybody, I think. But it's also the case that TE is going to run afoul of my tool function in ways that annoy me a lot more frequently than anything is really going to run afoul of my dominant function. like SE more runs afoul of my dominant function. It's like executing something rather than ideating about it more, right? But the inner types relations idea is a good idea, and it is the case that we can anticipate certain kinds of conflicts between two individuals of two different types if we specify what those types are, and that we can anticipate certain kinds of compatibilities accordingly as well. But I don't, by and large, think we can trust socionics to do a good job of it.
No. It's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I like the whole intertype idea. I think it's a good way of both understanding a relationship, but more importantly, understanding cognitive functions, because it's it's one way. It's one thing to explain what a function is. It's another to say. So, for example, if this function were to run afoul of this other function, this is what it would look like.
Yeah.
And that's more illustrated perhaps than just treating things as objects of analysis in isolation, because of course in reality they're encountering something else in the world that they're attending to, and when we include some other person with their function stack, then that can fill in for a static event by providing some dynamism to the whole thing. I started watching Michael Pierce's socionic stuff. He seems to understand functions better than 99% of YouTubers. Well, I haven't watched any recent stuff of his, but what I would say about him is, from what I did watch before, he seems to understand functions in kind of a holistic way. That it may not be particularly wrong, but is you know, his stuff seems to be exemplary of NI rather than TI. Not that it's TI bad, but what's interesting is that Love Who also seems to be engaged in a lot of NI there, but it's so obvious that he's, almost certainly INTP, or maybe conceivably you could say INFP, ENTP, I guess. But
Right.
even though he's talking about NI stuff, even though he's NIing shit well, like he's got a good concept for a video as far as watchability goes, and he's dealing with the matters in NI ways, like this person is like this, rather than this person pays attention in this way, which means the following thing, right?
Yeah.
So, one thing I realized as I was thinking about it a second ago is that I have to pick one of those two videos to do for Love Who. I kind of want to do the subtypes one because, if you're going to the bathroom, go ahead. I kind of want to do the subtypes one because I have various things to say about the actuality of subtypes, whether we could conceive of them as being a legitimate or real distinction, right? And the answer is, we could imagine a universe in which subtypes are a real distinction, and that a type breaks into naturally occurring and actual. No, I'll tell you the history of Love Who in a second, though. Oh, right, subtypes. So, if it is a real distinction, then it's still not a mechanical distinction. There's not a stack equivalent to explain subtypes. A given subtype is not, well, this is an ENTP who more prioritizes extroverted feeling than extroverted intuition. Those kind of explanations are bullshit. it may be the case that particularist experience is like a cleaving event, right? So that if you have this kind of experience or whatever, then you'll break off into this subtype. If you have this kind of experience, you'll break off into subtypes. In other words, it could be like eggs, where if you cook it for this long, uh, it's sunny side up. If you do this to it, it becomes over easy. And if you cook it like this, it's hard boiled, right? So it could be like eggs, in which case there could be a legitimate grouping of subtypes that would still be impossible to articulate anything meaningful about how or why that grouping, how or why things group like that. I mean, it's not impossible. One could conceivably put together enough data about the respective experiential uh, data sets of the individuals within the different subtypes so that you could potentially identify some experiential commonality that had some kind of causal relationship to then breaking into these subtypes. Very unlikely, but possible. My take on it is there are no subtypes. That in every instance when we're talking about subtypes, somebody's just arbitrarily drawing a circle around uh, individuals who have these things in common, ignoring the things that they don't have in common, which they may have in common with another subtype, right? So, in other words, it's meaningless, not work. Love Who was a channel that a lady ran, and she kind of started collaborating with Nathan, and he flew over to America and visited with her and stuff, and then she, I guess, didn't want to do it anymore, and so he took over the channel. Changed it from, it used to be called Love Lou, because her name was like Luann or something. Now it's called Love Who, because she changed her name to Huan. So that's the deal with that. So if I choose to do the subtypes video, then I would be essentially making that case for why there aren't subtypes.
What are subtypes?
Well, it's like, look, there are two ways that one could imagine subtypes. One could either imagine them as, or there's two ways in which one can imagine the different differentiation within a category. So, like, let's say we're talking the category is women, and you could have their subtypes be women who wear dresses and women who wear pants. But that's not a real distinction because almost all women are going to sometimes wear pants and sometimes wear dresses. And even if you were to separate out the ones who the vast majority of the time wear one or the other, um, they don't represent meaningfully distinct groups because there may be members of this group who have much more in common with members of this group. There may be a group here that's got 90% of things in common except for the pants dress issue. And so if you were going to meaningfully combine them into a group by commonalities overall, you wouldn't you wouldn't use this dividing line, right, of dresses and pants.
Right.
So that's what cognitive functions actually is. That's what typology actually is. There aren't any subtypes. To the extent that people go like, well, some ENTPs are flashy dressers, and they're a subtype called the flashy dressing ENTP, and some ENTPs don't care how they look. Well, that's not, even if they know, even if they can point to some examples of ENTPs where that's true for each of them, it doesn't represent a real distinction. That's just variation within the type expressing in different ways. Now, on the other hand, there are some things where you can have a real distinction within a set of things. For example, eggs. If you cook eggs, there's a real difference between over easy and hard boiled. They're they're actually distinct classes of things.
True.
Because, and the reason it works like that with eggs, of course, is because there's only one quality that we're evaluating them against, namely things that we do to it crookedness. And so it can break down like that. But typology does not break down like that. And if it did, it would only break down like that. It would be like, well, people with hard childhoods but easy adolescence turn into this subtype. People with hard childhoods, easy adolescence turn into this subtype. It would be something like that, right?
So like it's what it sounds like to me. It's like people who aren't actually that type are like, oh well, okay. So it sounds like people who are actually their type will believe in subtypes because it explains the things that don't match up with.
That's one expression of it. The other expression of it is people want to understand themselves sometimes completely by universals. And so they're trying to explain how the reason they're different from another ENTP or whatever is because they've had different experiences and so they've been shaped somewhat differently. They don't want to understand it that way. They want to understand it as I can understand exactly everything of how I am with paying no attention to the particulars, but instead it's all the product of mechanics. You tend to be a little bit like that. I gotta go poop.
Okay. Bacon and eggs, exactly. Has the scope of the type police expanded to policing people who are wrong about typology, not just mistypings?
Yes.
Eric said yes. Thanks, Casey Jones. Trouble wants us to watch him eat, so we're gonna do that. Let's go. Go ahead. I feel like subtypes complicates things. I like things packaged neatly. Can you tell by the way that he looked at the camera? He hates everybody but Eric. Thank you, that boy Klaus. I got my medication, so hopefully everything goes well. They said after 7 days, if like I don't feel better, I should go back to the doctor. So I didn't know that, so we'll see. Fingers crossed. I apologize for talking about such like a gross topic, but I appreciate you your well wishes. You look at yourself like with a tough face in the mirror. That makes me laugh. I don't know why. It feels so intentional. Like Troll was looking at us like this, like I wanted to make sure that I was staying. That's why. Because sometimes I'll watch him and I'll get bored and I'll leave the room. So he doesn't really fully trust me, which is understandable.
I do that too.
Oh, yeah?
I have a couple times. I'm like, okay, you're on your own.
Yeah, yeah.
Because, fuck off already.
I know.
All right. I have got a dream and a goal.
What's that?
A vision. Clean up all of this. When the kitchen looks like this, I just feel like, oh.
Oh, that's not a good feeling.
Every time I walk in, I'm like, oh. Every time I think about making some food, I'm like, oh.
Oh, all right. I'll help you.
I'm not asking for any help. I'm just saying, I am going to clean it today.
Well, I feel you because like I walked in and I saw like the chairs had like all stuff on it, and I was like, oh.
What chairs have stuff on?
The living room chairs.
Yeah. Right.
But
yes.
kitchen is a little bit.
Yeah, I feel about the living room too.
Yeah, this is Rachel POV. E3 Zombie says, Eric, your shoes make you look like a samurai.
I am a samurai. I'm the samurai that all the other samurais gauge their success by.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
No offense, but I would have thought, I guess age doesn't equal how wise you are or how skilled you are.
Does this answer your question?
Yeah! Whoa! Dude, I was almost like scared for my life.
Understandably. If anything,
Thanks, E3 Zombie.
if anything, my martial arts are even faster than they've ever been before.
They've really?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Daily relentless training for decades.
This is badass. I refuse to believe that coffee was part of the problem of my kidney stone.
I don't think it would.
Okay.
I mean, it would be to the extent that you didn't drink enough water.
Yeah, I never drink water.
I don't think it would have been any worse than if you had been drinking like hot chocolate.
Right, it's water. And also, coffee's supposed to make you pee. It's like one of those things. But at the same time, it makes you dehydrated, so I gotta watch out. I have to keep it balanced.
Alright, I watched Coffee Pot.
Oh, you had stones? E3 Zombie? Ooh, lemon. I didn't know that. I think they do poke. I think they do. But it's not in the way that you would think it would poke. It's like you can feel it going down the tube and it's not round and soft.
It's got jagged shards.
Casey Jones says samurai shaved the top of their head for their helmet, but never the entire head as to not become a monk. Oh, that's interesting.
They said I get a pass on all those rules.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for being the best samurai.
Wow! Do you have like a certificate? What do they do? Like, you must have had a ceremony.
Yeah, they carried a baby pig up to me. Then I karate chopped it in half, and we all ate.
Okay. I would have thought maybe more.
And then the guy got up and said, "Now you are the #1 samurai."
Wow.
And everybody applauded.
Applauded?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I learn things. I'm a kid who has learned from media, and when I think of a samurai being awarded best samurai, I'm like, oh, there's a long table, and there's candles, and several of the wisest, most skilled samurai are there. And
they actually held it at a conference room at the public library. Surprisingly. Yeah.
So wait, like the kids part of the public library?
No, they have a conference room that you can rent out to give notes in advance.
Oh.
It's basically a room off to the side with a table and some folding chairs, and you can pay additional fee to rent the projector if you have slides to show or something.
Just because of experience, do they hold AA meetings there?
They probably do. I don't think I've been to an AA meeting there, but
It sounds like
do.
room that.
It's very much like that, yeah.
Yeah. You know, Carrie Bradshaw wanted to get married at the New York Public Library or something like that.
Well, yeah, part of the Bushido Code states don't overspend on venues.
Oh, smart.
Yeah, part of the samurai way.
Ninja was typically a farmer who creeped in the night with homemade equipment. A lot of stereotypes say that ISTPs make the best samurai ninjas. I don't know about that. I don't know how quiet they are. I mean, they do. And they say that ENTP makes the worst ninja.
Fair enough. I was one of the best samurai.
Exactly. That was one of the first questions I asked you. Because I had seen on Tumblr someone put ENTP worst ninja. So on one of your, like, the first live streams, well, that, like, I participated in maybe, I asked you if you thought ENTP made the worst ninja.
What did I say?
You're like, oh, definitely.
Well, I'm glad my answer hasn't changed.
No. And you laughed too.
Iowa versus Florida.
I can't put the camera on that.
No, shouldn't put it on there.
From my experience, the toughest, most ready to fight people I know are ISTP and ISFP.
Yeah, well, ISTPs for sure are ready to throw down.
I mean, ESFPs, they get into fights too.
Yeah, I remember this story about Colin, who's an ISTP, and I'm gonna go outside and smoke a cigarette now that I got this coffee. And what went down in this bar when somebody was like shoved his friend or whatever, he just went straight and decked the fucker and then decked some other guy. Yeah, basically cleaned up the fight mess for their group and then immediately ushered everybody away as quickly as possible. I mean, I'm just doomed to, you know, they say he who hesitates is lost. Well, I'm guaranteed lost.
Oh, me too.
I'm guaranteed lost. Because it's going to take me getting punched in the face several times to go like, I guess this guy really is punching me in the face. You know? Wait a second. What just happened? I'm going to be trying to work through it with words.
I'm not a fighter. So, like, I got slapped in the face and I just walked away. So I was like, fuck you.
Who slapped you in the face?
This bitch. She was like, I don't know.
I mean, you did the right thing because it might sound nice to be like, sock that bitch or whatever. But the thing is, the whole point of everything is that other people should not be able to engage you physically like that. And it's not a good thing to engage physically like that in general. And accordingly, and also it's like you don't know how dangerous the person actually is. They may kill you.
She was waiting for me outside with her gang of girls, like, ready for me to leave. And the thing that I did is she poured beer on someone's head or something, like and I was like, what the fuck? So I like told security on her, like, and I knew that if I fought back, I wouldn't be able to stay, that I would be kicked out. So I wanted to stay and have fun. So So I didn't do anything. I was like, what am I gonna do? Fight her? Like, I don't know. Just didn't seem like the best. I felt like I came out the winner, even though I was the one who got slapped.
Yeah, well, you did the right thing. If it had happened to me, I'm the kind of person who might walk away from it, and then when they're turned around, hit them over the head with a chair leg.
That's funny. No, she got kicked out, and I was like, "Hey," I talked to one of like the security people, and I was like, "Hey, like I'm like this girl slapped me, and she got kicked out, and I'm afraid like
She'll be lying in ambush.
yeah." And they were
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, she's waiting outside for you. Don't leave."
So what did you do eventually?
I stayed. I just stayed.
And then did she eventually go away?
She went away. Yeah.
Fuck that bitch.
Yeah. She was ruining everyone's time.
E3 Zombie says she was probably an ISTP.
Mm.
Even if you win, you lose in a fight unless it's prize fighting. If you stay calm during the fight, you're 50% on your way to being decent at fighting. Well, what is a juggalo? He eats Monopoly and shits out Connect 4. That's what a juggalo is. So we will go in and see what's going on in that game. I agree. It looks like it's exciting. Kansas pulled within a point. It's a tight game between St. John's and Kansas. I've got one Kansas national champion, and I've got one St. John's, and Rachel's got one St. John's.
Yeah, I wish I put Kansas going through, but I didn't. I stayed so chalky. How are brackets doing?
Well, Kansas is actually a 4 seed, and St. John's is a 5 seed.
I know. It's a good game.
So that wouldn't be, if you pick St. John's, that would not be chalky.
Oh no, but I mean, like, Kansas. I didn't have them winning.
Right. Because we didn't have that many 4 seeds advancing.
No.
Yeah. Understandably. What was you gonna say though?
That you completed my thought.
Oh. So we're going to check out that game. Maybe do a little bit of cleaning up in the kitchen, which is on the agenda. And maybe a little more talking about what it means to make sense and how and why people have such difficulty with it. Typology is a good area to talk about that in some ways because the fundamental problem with people's engagement with typology is not found in any of the specific things they're saying about it, although you could critique any of those if you wanted, if they're wrong, right? But the problem lies with the fact that they're engaging with explanations in the wrong way. They're engaging with using words to draw distinctions and express ideas in the wrong way. And like one area where people could use instruction is this area of telling the difference between. Oh, there's only 13 seconds left?
Should go back in.
Yeah, I guess that's over now.
It's over?
Well, been 13 seconds since Putty Cat wrote that, I'm sure. But it may be timeout. We'll find out.
Oh shit.
Let me see what happened. Tie game. St. John's has the ball and takes a timeout. 6.8 seconds left. They're going to have a chance for a buzzer beater here. Have not been many buzzer beaters this year so far. We'll see if that changes now that we're into the round of 32. Right. This is the ENTP subtype who wears sandals and watches sports. Exactly. That's what subtypes mostly are, is that kind of nonsense.
What subtype would I be?
You'd be the subtype that pays a lot of attention to her lips.
I really do.
No one's beating buzzards, Pretty Cat. They're beating buzzers. Yes, sir. Y to the E to the S to the S to the S to the SIR.
It's funny. I had a.
Oh, it's good! St. John's wins it with the buzzer beater. Wow.
Wow is right.
Good job, St. John's. You made it to the Sweet 16.
Good job.
Kansas is devastated. Is exactly the word. Yep. Okay, you. Now, look, sweetie. I don't want you
It's
up here
okay
right
to
now.
have boundaries with her.
So time to get down. Thank you.
She sets boundaries with me, so.
This guy just takes it all the way to the hole. And that's a
Oh
great
my
layup.
God,
He just extends his
whoa.
arm out as far as possible so it doesn't get blocked. And just kisses it off the glass.
He really, and
Great
off his
shot.
fingers too.
Yeah, oh yeah. Finger roll. Layup off the glass. Good. John Calipari goes back to Kansas. Whereas, what's Kansas's coach's name? I mean, what's St. John's coach's name?
I don't know. He seemed very certain.
Yeah. St. John's is so excited.
Yeah.
Understandably.
Yeah.
I made it to the Sweet 16. It's not easy. Only 16 teams do that.
Wow.
Virginia, Tennessee is on.
My dad went to St. John's.
Yeah.
When they were good too, like when they had that time.
That's why your dad is so into baptizing people. Because that's what St. John did then. That's why he's sometimes called John the Baptist. First time since St. John's has been to the Sweet 16 since 1999. That's a long time.
Good for them. That makes me happy.
Now, as we all know, Virginia is the classic overseeded team. Every year it seems like they come in a one seed.
I'm gonna mess up my brackets too because I went so like 3. I might have chose Tennessee once because I have a cousin that goes there. But.
Wait, so Rick Pitino was the head coach of St. John's? He looked so unhappy at the end of that.
I thought he looked so.
I thought he must be the Kansas coach. Yeah, I know, Putty Cat. I know.
Like, kind of business mafia, like.
Yeah, totally. So anyway, Virginia's always every year coming in. Bill Self was the KU coach. Okay, well, yeah, then he didn't look happy either. But Rick Pitino looked so serious. I thought, I guess he's the coach of Kansas now?
I was confused. I was like, wait, is he talking about that guy? No, he can't be.
Tennessee buries it. So, the Volunteers were up by 8 over the Cavaliers. That's Virginia's mascot, I believe. Iowa's beating Florida. That would be a big upset. Although it wouldn't be that shocking to me because Iowa's coming out of the Big Ten, which is, I think, fair to say, the best conference in college basketball. Let's see. I'm going to put on the Iowa-Florida game and the other tab. I could wait. It's only the first tab. I could give that one some time. So let's look at our brackets and see how we're doing with our 25 brackets. Last time I checked, Rachel was still in first place. Let's find out where we are now.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They still are. Rachel number 4 is on fire.
I like yours too, though. I like that you're number 2.
Yeah, my Illinois one. Rachel number 4 needs Arizona to win the national championship. So, of the top, let's see, 1, 2, 3, four, five, six. Rachel has 3 of the top 6 brackets, and
Oh.
she only has 6 of the 25 brackets. So this happens every year. She consistently is better at this than I am.
You end up doing well though, in the end.
Usually no, because I'm very
Really?
upsetty. You've always been more chalky than me.
Yeah, that's true.
I like
But
to.
see, like, it's such a cop out.
It's not a cop out. It's still impossible to get a perfect bracket, no matter how chalky you are. You gotta pick the right upset somehow. All right, let's pull up the live stream. Put it in. Oh, Calipari. So, okay. I mistook Patina for Calipari. My bad. You know, they probably look kind of similar, I'm thinking. Well, that's a whole lot of nonsense there. Gyro. Does Warren Buffett still hand out 1 million, or was it 1 billion for perfect bracket? I don't know. It wasn't 1 billion, I'm sure. But he's never going to have to pay that. Nobody's ever going to get a perfect bracket. Calipari's at Arkansas, huh? Rick Pitino used to be at Louisville. I remember that. Why do you speak a lot of gibberish? Good question. Too cool for school. That's an excellent question. Probably not a question we're going to get a cogent answer to, though, if his initial foray into communication is any indication. Kansas has not made it out of the round of 32 for 4 straight years. Yeah, he may very well get canned because, you know, Kansas, when it comes to basketball,
They're pretty serious, aren't they?
yeah, it's like USC with football.
You know what's funny? When I was on AOL, I put that I was from KU, but like Kutztown University, and like some like random person like texted me and was like, "Oh, KU, like they're the best basketball, like man."
They're like Rock Chalk Jayhawk.
And it was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, go Kansas. Like,
Yeah.
like I didn't know, but then I knew. Then I was like, oh, Kansas must be good at basketball since he was like, you know, like blowing up over.
Kansas's win or something?
Yeah. I had no idea. I don't know, and like I didn't know how they found me either because it was a random person, and like on AOL Instant Messenger, you had to know like the person's screening to like talk to them. So it was the one and only time.
You're right. We don't have the decryption key. So I don't know who you're talking to. I guess somebody in here who does have the encryption key? Sorry, go ahead,
I
Rachel.
have a question that I don't know. Maybe you could answer.
Sure.
I want to see if the chat has some like opinions on it too. Uh, this person on Reddit brings up the question: which nepo baby actors groomed to be the next big stars bombed the hardest? The first choice was Jaden Smith.
Yeah, I think that would probably be the one that would come to my mind. I didn't think of it before you said it, but I probably would have gotten there. Patino has a restaurant sexual scandal, an extortion scandal, an escorts for students scandal, an FBI probe for paying players before it was legal, and he's one of the greatest ever. Well,
So I kind of was right about the whole looking like a mob.
yeah. Well, yeah. I didn't know any of that about Patino, but I do know that he doesn't look 73.
No.
In theory, too cool for school. that guy could actually be communicating with somebody else in the chat who does have the decryption key, or communicate with somebody by saying, go to this live stream, I'm going to put a thing there, read it, and that's how we'll exchange messages. It's possible, but it's unlikely because there are easier and better ways of sending encrypted messages to just one person. His first job was at Providence, Rhode Island, huh? Well, I'm pretty happy about next year's USC men's basketball team. Eric Musselman has got apparently the best recruiting class in the country. The women's team also has the best recruiting class in the country. Um, Obviously, SC has a lot of NIL money to spend, I would imagine, has a lot to do with that. But this year's team definitely underachieved, was a big disappointment.
SC?
Yeah, the men's team.
Mm.
Yeah, Patino maybe does live that motto, Putty Cat. Maybe in this instance. You want to put it this way?
Yeah.
It's well referenced. Recruiting does not matter as much as it used to with the portal. Well, true, but it still matters more in basketball than it does in, say, football. I mean, it still matters less, the portal does in basketball than it does in football, because a lot of college players don't stay 4 years or even 3 years. And if you're dealing with one and dones, then, you know, you only have a chance to get them their freshman year. I don't know if these people were getting their one and dones or not, but it's also the case that doing well in recruiting should improve the quality of player we're able to get in the portal. Like, if there's a high quality big man on a team that doesn't seem to have championship potential, well, SC might be an attractive place for him, you know.
I'm feeling better, thank you to IYP.
Yes, we went and got her drugs from the Vons in Oakhurst, and she got some pain medicine.
Yep, I'm feeling drowsy. It's cool, the feeling.
So, she's obviously not in acute pain today like she was yesterday, and that's a relief.
No.
But it's also the case that she hasn't passed it yet.
No.
And hopefully she keeps drinking plenty of water, and, you know. I don't think that's the case. The best players care more about playing time and showcasing for the NBA, not so much winning. Huh. Well, I think having excellent players at USC on the women's team at least is a draw for other excellent players. Like next year, with by all accounts, we're still going to have Judy Watkins. She's not going anywhere by all accounts. We're going to still have Jazzy Davidson, and Kennedy Smith will be at that point a junior, and Samuels will be a senior. You know, what the USC women's team needs is a very quality big, couple of quality bigs. And I think that it's a very attractive destination for somebody in the portal. It's also the case, though, that this past year we lost 3 excellent players to the portal, which was a little bit traumatizing. But maybe it's less true in the men's game, because I think, you know, the financial reward / glory of the WNBA is not nearly as much of a draw to draw women out of college as it is to draw men out of college. I'm tired of playing in front of these packed houses with screaming fans. I want to go play in the WNBA. No, not so much. All right, so let's get the game on in the split tab view. And then before too long, I will begin some chore kind of things that I need to do.
Is it okay to not like a show because it's almost exactly like another show?
Sure, you can dislike things for whatever reason you want,
It's true.
which is, of course, the point I was trying to make with touch. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean there's something wrong with it. Yes, it does. Otherwise, why wouldn't you like it? Because people can dislike things for completely arbitrary reasons. It doesn't
Like,
have anything to do with the thing itself. Like, you know,
I'm looking at something to satisfy my, um, my sitcom kind of, show for a while. But I don't want a copy of another one. It's just like,
it's like, what's the pizzant, my niz?
yeah, what's the point of it? Please don't let my name.
Why are you always ranked so high, Virginia?
No, yeah, that's my question.
Why is it like every year you come in with a 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed?
Yeah, why? When was the last time they actually won? Mark Madness.
I don't know if they've ever won a national championship, but they you know, they went a couple rounds deep a couple years ago or something. Alright. Wait, so let me look at the scoreboard. I mean, I thought Iowa State won. I'm learning how dependent our military planes and other equipment is upon China for rare earth minerals. Oh yeah, well, rare earth minerals is an impact vector in debate rounds often enough. It's like a link story to get to nuclear war. Virginia won in 1819. Oh, okay.
Oh,
They
I
did
had
win
no
they won
idea.
the whole thing. You know, for years there at the end of the Pac-12, like the highest seeded Pac-12 team would always bust out early. And then there's like 1 year when UCLA went to the national championship game or something, but it was always frustrating because I always picked Pac-12 heavy brackets, and they'd always be busted like right away. It's like all the Pac-12 teams would once again lose within the first two games. I also obviously lived through some very frustrating football years where every time there'd be a big Pac-12 SEC matchup, the SEC would just stomp us.
Oh, that sucks.
Like, I remember one year Oregon played, I think it was like LSU or something at the beginning of the season, and I was all excited for the build up to this. Like, this Oregon team is not weak. They're a good team. They're going to show those horrible SEC people who's boss. And Oregon just got throttled. I was like, oh, God.
Mhm.
It was so frustrating. You know, and then like the second best team in the league would place, somebody like Auburn, and Auburn would be like the bottom half of the SEC, and be like, this may not be our premier team, but this team's really good, and we're gonna beat Auburn because they're not that good. And then Auburn would beat them soundly. Just okay. I hate you so much, SEC. You need to just get out of here.
I'm feeling about that's how I feel about the Red Sox and the Patriots and all Philadelphia teams.
Mm, yeah. In other words, she feels as though they need to get out of here.
Yeah.
Looks
Maybe
like we.
more their fans. For Philadelphia, it's their fans. They've got like fucking ruthless fans. They're so mean. I'm like, I don't know why.
Well, Putty Cat, to the extent that we can buy their rare earth metals and not do environmental damage finding them here, that's a plus. If they are accessible here, but only through environmentally damaging means, then we can always access them later if the need becomes pressing enough. But by and large, it's a good idea to outsource your environmental harms by importing things that are environmentally harmful to produce.
One time I saw Sidney Crosby eating breakfast at the restaurant I worked at.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
who's from the hockey?
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah, hockey teams would stay at the hotel that I worked at because it was close to where the Islanders played.
I see.
Yeah.
What was he having for breakfast?
I think eggs.
Hmm.
Yeah. He was chilling. I wasn't gonna bother him.
At first, I thought you were talking about that lady with that blue jeans commercial. Like,
Oh, Sydney Sweeney.
yeah, see this one.
Oh, yeah, no, I've never met her.
But after a second, it clicked. Hockey guy.
Yeah, because he was on the commercial.
I thought to myself, Sidney Crosby, gay love, hockey.
That's what it goes to now.
Yeah.
Oh, no. No. Okay, hockey is just like.
Thanks to Fiery Ice or whatever that show was called.
Fiery Ice. That's great. Oh my god, so good. I have to tell my sister. Heated rivalry.
Heated rivalry.
Fiery Ice. This should have been called that.
Fiery Ice. That's what they should have called it.
Yeah,
Sure.
it should have. So stupid.
Oh, the Volunteers maintaining a 7 to 9 point lead here for an extended period of time. Not really putting Virginia away, but oh, that's double dribble. Are you kidding me? They didn't call that. I guess they must have gotten it like tipped away or something. But I would have called traveling slash double dribble on that. Kicked out to the 3 pointer. It's no good. Virginia tip tapping around the ball goes to Tennessee on the rebound, and then it goes to become a team rebound as Virginia knocks it out of bounds. China has us by the nutsack on rare earth, cars, phones, planes, military. Well, you got to remember, Putty Cat, that once these kinds of
Wait.
things are manufactured, they don't need to have their rare earth metals replenished periodically. It's not like that. It's not like the military is reliant on China not shutting off some service. It is the case that for everybody in the world making fancy stuff, complicated, technologically complicated stuff, that there's going to be a need for that, those rare earth metals. And, you know, obviously, America would love to have incredibly rich oil fields like the Middle East, and we'd love to have incredibly rich rare earth minerals like China has comparatively. But we can't have everything. Yeah, well, I mean, Putty Cat, I don't know what to tell you, but you're preaching to the choir. I'm obviously not a fan of China, and
Me neither.
I think they're up to no good. And I agree that the U.S. being reliant on China for anything is not ideal, but it's also the case that not absolutely everything that's needed for stuff in life is going to naturally occur here. So we just kind of have to deal with that.
Talking about the fact that a Chinese person hacked into the Epstein files.
Oh, yeah.
Did you say that?
Maybe I did,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah, it was someone from China. They hacked in. You said that they.
they released some more files.
No, they weren't released.
Oh, they were stealing them, trying to delete them. Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember. They apparently did delete them. I'm not sure if there's a copy or not.
They deleted them. It's such a crime.
Yeah. Well, they're. I mean, the FBI still has copies of it. It should like
Mm.
those things. By and large, start out as ephemera, physical documents and stuff. They don't start out digitized.
I see.
The emails, well, I don't know if they ever get printed out by the FBI or not, but I would suspect they do get put in a physical case file. Why are materials typically cheaper in China? Uh, I don't think in general materials are necessarily cheaper in China. Although some of them may be, but labor certainly is cheaper in China. And nobody's disputing that it's a problem, Buddy Cat. What are you proposing?
It is a problem, and I think that people should that something should be done. It's unfortunate that nothing. It's like nothing. People are angry.
Yeah, things are a mess. So anyway,
I don't mean to bring that. You
a-
know.
anyway, China uh, is mostly gets its manufacturing stuff because of the labor costs, not the material costs. Some materials may be cheaper in China. Regarding rare earth materials, well, in that instance, the broad narrative is that the U.S. doesn't really have access to those domestically. They just don't really occur where we are. And so we have to import them from places where there's lots of it. Just like we have some areas where we have oil, like off of Alaska, there's a lot of oil. But by and large, the U.S. isn't in possession of much domestic oil. What used to be in under Texas and under California has mostly been all drilled up. So we have to get oil from someplace else. The fact that we have dependencies on the international level um, obviously creates certain vulnerabilities, but there's only so much to be done about it. And at the moment, it's not a pressing concern that requires immediate action because we're still able to access the materials we need. We have yet to explore the vast oil off the coast of California. Um, I agree that off of the coast of California, there is very minimal deep sea operation kind of stuff going on, or not even deep sea, just like offshore oil drilling. There's very little in California. There was a lot of political opposition to it. And the thing to remember is to the extent that, that there comes a point where the urgency for that resource and the, I guess, sketchy nature of the people we're getting it from currently or what have you becomes acute enough, the oil will still be there. It's not going anywhere as long as we don't exploit that resource. It's not going anywhere. The fact that we're not exploiting it right now, therefore, is not indicative of some bad policy decision by California, even if ultimately it ends up being something that we need to do. It never hurts to preserve a resource.
I agree. Well, that's why people like I've heard that scientists are worried about water shortages. I can tell I'm from New York when I say water. Um, water resources because AI uh, is run on water,
Hmm.
and it's gonna take a lot, you know. So, like you said, preserve the resource. Like,
Yeah. Well, as far as Alaska, yeah, Alaska is part of the U.S. because we bought it from Russia, and we didn't we didn't say now let's take over a passageway from America to Alaska through Canada or not. We decided not to be like, well, obviously we need this to be connected, so we're gonna take all of this part of Canada now. If we had done so, then obviously Alaska would not be disconnected. Hawaii, we didn't really have that option, obviously. Hawaii was always going to be disconnected from the U.S. because it's an island. How's my wife? She's doing good. She, we got her medicine for the kidney stone, and she took it, and she's feeling a lot better.
mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem to be in any pain.
No,
She's sitting right here.
yeah, I'm a lot better, thanks.
Hawaii is currently flooded with tropical breezes.
Or for our people.
I think he means water.
Oh,
China is the world's biggest producer of tomatoes. Well, good for them. I don't want your
sounds like
stinking
rain.
Chinese tomatoes. Yeah, she was having a rough day yesterday, in a lot of pain. And I've heard multiple people indicate since that kidney stones are incredibly painful, like more painful than giving birth kind of pain.
I really that couldn't. I luckily, I don't think that my pain was as bad as birth, but it was bad. It was really bad. Like I told Fly Guy before, it's like having like a gravelly stone go down a tube unnaturally. Like,
Yeah, there's no natural way for your gravity stone to go down your pee tube because it's only supposed to carry liquid.
yeah.
All right, I need to get something done. So let's get up and let's get something done. You can have the Chinese tomatoes. I don't want them. JYRYL. I don't even want American tomatoes. Why? Because tomatoes are like they basically serve no purpose as far as I can tell. In their tomato form. If you make it into sauce or something, then fine. Then you can do some things with tomatoes. But like imagine yourself just getting a slice of tomato and eating it.
Mm-hmm.
Why would anybody do that? It just
Because they're watching their weight.
it just kind of tastes like water
Yeah.
and nothing
And
except a little
skin.
bit of tomatoiness, and then you put salt on it, then it tastes like salt.
The only, yeah, right. I would eat it with salt, and I would eat them with, like I did. It's like ranch or something, blue cheese. But that defeats the whole like. But isn't that most vegetables? Like even broccoli, I can't. I don't like eating it on its own.
Well, I think broccoli tastes good, even on its own.
So you could eat it just itself.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Wow.
prefer to dip it into some ranch dressing and put some
Mhm.
soy sauce on it, but
Mhm.
I could totally eat it by itself. Especially raw. Raw, it has a nice flavor.
Wow, I'm like stunned. You chose art and science. Do you think you have an art and science mind?
She's talking about the title of the stream. Making
Oh.
sense. Art or science. And I agree with you, Acacia. It's a little bit of both. Um, the thing is, for almost every kind of thing that people communicate about and about which understanding matters or happens or doesn't happen, well, for all such things, it should be the case that there is one specific position on the matter that is the correct position. It may be like the correct position is something like we we can eliminate these possibilities, but we can't be sure about which of the other possibilities it is, like in a typing session. Or it might be a kind of position like um, conditional, that we don't know these facts, but if these facts turn out to be mia, then it would be mia, and vice versa. So for every kind of question that is not a question answered uh, appropriately answered by subjective considerations, such as what kind of food do you feel like eating right now, or um, why are you sad, for questions and concerns that don't involve subjective considerations, then it it should be the case that there is a singular correct answer to all such matters, provided your singular correct answer can include areas of uncertainty or ambiguity. Sometimes the singular correct answer is I don't know, right? Or we can't determine the answer to that. All right, so I'm a little behind in the game. Don't tell me anybody else who's watching the game, because for me right now, with 4 minutes left, it's 66-66. Actually, I'll go ahead and fast forward all the way to real time. So I know. Shut up, you ENFP. You are falling for my trolling. I enjoy tomatoes. Don't discriminate against how much I enjoy them. Okay. Who are you again? You're obviously somebody who's been around here before, because you know about the typology stuff. So I wonder who you might be. Have I seen Dulce's news videos? Video? No, I have not. Time to overturn the Jones Act. What's the Jones Act? I don't know what the Jones Act is. Bruh, you lied to me and said you didn't know what MBTI was? Question mark exclamation point. Apparently he did, yeah. Apparently he didn't think you deserved the truth. Maybe he thought you couldn't handle it. So, given that, to complete this whole line of thinking, given that it is the case that for almost every kind of question that one communicates about in a way that conveys information, or from which one gleans understanding of that understanding to qualify as correct or incorrect, right? That there is a singular best position for all those things. So if that's the case, which it is, then it should be the case as well that you can uh, explain in full how to determine that. That it's not doesn't require somebody's unique talent or intuition to get the right answer. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the case that it was a singular kind of right answer. And yet, it's also the case that, I guess, like any science, you have to be talented to some extent in certain areas that are specific to the thing you're engaged in to be able to do it successfully. Like, just because it doesn't require any intuition to calculate the likelihood of interplanetary object Mia hitting the Earth, it doesn't mean that most people can do it. The Jones Act is a protectionist shipping law great for U.S. maritime jobs and security, but often blamed for higher consumer prices and logistical inefficiencies. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you have things like guilds of some kind and the interests of those guilds linking to public policy decisions. You end up with that kind of nonsense. Virginia takes the lead 71 to 70. 2 minutes left here in the second half of this round of 32 game versus between Tennessee and Virginia. With a minute and 40 left, Tennessee drives the lane, jumps, attempts a difficult shot, and the foul is called. I agree with Virginia. They could easily have called traveling on that. What your creativity and logic exist on the same axis? They don't. They don't exist on the same axis. Logic, TI, exists on the same axis with FI. Like, if you're talking about like the axis like FE, well, it exists on the axis with FE. So it makes sense that being correct would be on an axis with being socially graceful. Because by and large, if you are being precisely correct, you're negationary. That's not going to play well on FE grounds, and it's going to be very dense and legalistic, and that's not going to be entertaining or whatever. And vice versa. If you're attending a lot to FE grounds, then you're not being very negationarily correct. So it makes sense they be on an axis. Creativity, NE, is on an axis with familiarity. It makes sense that deviance from that which is it normally happens be on the same axis with things that you repeat over and over again, experiences like implicit to the biology of the, say the durational unit of a day. Biologically, our bodies are expecting things to time to pass in days. and have rhythms, biological rhythms that link to day and night and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's not what Super School is doing, but that's fine. Eric, can a woman have a penis? Well, uh, they can have something that's, I guess, kind of like that because how you determine whether someone's a woman or not is very straightforward. If they have a Y chromosome, they're a man. If not, they're a woman. So if someone has two X chromosomes, then it doesn't matter what, if they have two X chromosomes and yeah, doesn't matter what comes after the and, they're a woman. If it's XY, doesn't matter what comes after the and, they're a man. Now, that's biologically. They may identify their gender as linking to something other than their biological sex, and that's their prerogative, obviously. That's why on the medical forms we filled out, it asked sex at birth and only gave two options, male or female. What if you can't tell what chromosomes they have, but you end up in bed with them? Are you then gay? No, I mean, obviously, people's sexual behavior with one another doesn't really have anything to do with their biological sex. It is the case that when there's sexual behavior between a man and a woman of a certain kind of behavior, then that can result in pregnancy, whereas other kinds of sexual activity cannot. But beyond that, it's not really informative of anything. Uh-oh, Tennessee. Oh, that's a foul. That's a hard foul. I would not be surprised if they call it flagrant on that. Do you support transgender women in women's sports and spaces like toilets, support groups, prisons? Um, well, I certainly don't support the idea that transgender women should go into women's sports. That is obviously not the case. Everybody has to compete in the sport of their sex at birth. As far as the bathrooms thing goes, well, I mean, I guess if you have to have a firm rule one way or the other, then, that should also probably be sex at birth. But it's one of those things that's best solved by not having group bathrooms.
Isn't it more common that they have, or becoming more common that they have bathrooms for both sexes?
Yeah, gender neutral bathrooms.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is the best and easiest solution, provided you've got uh, like one toilet bathrooms where somebody goes in and closes the door and locks it. It, the problem only arises when you've got group bathrooms. That was not a flagrant. He's going for the ball. All right, future. That's fine. I accept that. I am not. I'm not rooting for either team here. So I was just calling it like I saw it. Going for the ball or not, if you know you're gonna clothesline a motherfucker, doesn't that still count as a flagrant? So congratulations to St. John's. Currently at the half, we've got Iowa leading Florida by 2. So good job, Iowa. Let's keep up that and let's knock Florida out because who likes Florida? Nobody except Florida. No, flagrants have to be intentional, non-basketball play.
I mean, like when I was thinking about it, I was like, actually, that's kind of like scary for like women, cause like I don't know, like a stalker dude could come in like right after you, or like right as you're going, and like no one will be like, hey, you're not going. I don't know.
All right, well, if that's the case, future, then I stand corrected. I did not. I thought any particularly hard foul, whether intentional or not, could be called a flagrant. I did not realize there had to be intentional like physicality outside of any conceivable basketball play. If that's the case, then you are correct and I am incorrect.
Or you think this?
I'm just being schooled on the rules, you know. I'm having to learn to check myself before I wreck myself when I'm talking about basketball rules.
So you think it's?
I don't. It wasn't even this play we were talking about. We were talking about a play before where the Virginia guy went for the ball that was a loose ball and or it was a pass actually, and he got there. I guess you'd say late and kind of like clotheslined the guy. It was a hard collision, so I wondered if it might be flagrant foul. But according to the future, the rules don't support that interpretation. Flag plus pomegranate plus pinata equals flagraniata. It's good to know. Dementia is just a decline in cognitive functions that you can expect anything with a brain to get it.
Yeah, my dog, our dog, well, my sister's dog. He was a family dog. Tyler, he had doggy dementia.
Oh yeah.
Pretty sad, yeah. He forgot who I was and he tried to go at like bite me.
Hmm.
But yeah he had doggy dementia. I can't really say that I remember except for like him forgetting me. Um, there was only that one. It was only that one time that he was aggressive towards me. He would forget me other times too, but I can't remember why.
28 seconds left. Tennessee up by 2 points and inbounding the ball. They do so successfully. Virginia fouls, sending Tennessee to the free throw line with the opportunity to stretch the lead to four. Or were they to do so, obviously it would be a two possession game. If that were the case, then Virginia would obviously need to run right down the court and try to score as quickly as possible and then foul again, probably. Well, definitely. But unless they were to get a steal out of bounds or some such. However, if Tennessee misses one of these free throws, then Virginia will try to play for the last shot probably and get a 3 pointer. They made the first 3 point game currently. Tennessee starting to look a little bit like pleased with themselves. Up goes the second free throw. It's also good. 4 point game. Virginia is going to need to score fast and get a foul. And the guard for Virginia, you know, shot fakes the living poop out of that Tennessee defender and gets an excellent look at it, misses it, and gets fouled. So if he had made that, he would have a chance for a 3 point play here. And, you know, then maybe, I guess it was not on the shot. They didn't call the foul on the shot. And I guess Virginia's not on the double bonus. 3 pointer by Virginia. It's no good. Clanks off the iron. Tennessee grabs the rebound. Virginia fouls them. Tennessee's going to the line now with a 4 point lead. This game is over. Virginia, once again, is out early as they and their number 3 seed failed to live up to the hype once
my
again.
is my bracket still hot? Because I think I have Virginia going through.
Let's see. Well, I mean, that game's not over yet, quite, but it might as well be
Okay.
over. Let's see. If you had Virginia or
I'm pretty
Tennessee.
sure.
Virginia's down here, I think. Yeah, here's Virginia, Tennessee. Yeah, you picked Virginia.
Yeah. So, oh wow.
But you did pick Iowa State over Virginia in the next round. So it's only
Okay.
a one round hit you take. Like, I had a Gonzaga bracket that was doing well, but then Gonzaga got knocked out. And so it doesn't matter how well the rest of the bracket does. If your national champion's already gone, you're screwed. All right. So we will look next at the Iowa-Florida game. I'm currently training an AI to enjoy my hobbies for me so I can focus 100% of my time on looking at spreadsheets about how much time I'm saving. It's called efficiency. That sounds very efficient of you. Let me make these words a little bit bigger.
I'm gonna have a wee drink.
You do you, darling. You do you.
I figure we can get some.
We can get some soon, yeah. All right, now let's go over here. We are going to meow the meow. And yeah, you could get AI to create that spreadsheet and then look at it, and you'll have nothing but time on your hands.
Although you do have to look at it for correction, like for mistakes.
Referring to that thing you said right there.
Oh.
It says, I'm training AI to enjoy my hobbies for me so I can focus 100% of my time on looking at spreadsheets about how much time I'm saving. And then you realize, why don't I make an AI to look at the spreadsheets as well that Nathan guy who loves you, baby. Well, I think it's Telly Savalas, Samba. That's who I think it is. I think it's Telly Savalas. I think ultimately that's something we should all agree on, is that it's Telly Savalas. Because some people in the world forget to give credit where credit's due. They forget about the important philosophers, wise men of our times, you know. They forget about your Socrates, your Plato. They forget about your Jesus Christ. And of course, they forget about another guy. All too often. I think we all know who we're talking about. We're talking about a man who asks the important question. The question that every person needs answered if they are to claim they're living a full and satisfying life. And that question is, of course, you should know the answer by now. But if you don't, I'm going to tell you what the question is. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? A long time ago, I wanted to know the answer to a question I heard. It was asked by a very important fellow, and he said baby? I said, who loves you now? Who loves you, baby, like a calf loves a cow? I said, who loves you, baby? It's not just anyone, 'cause who loves you, baby? It's Dennis Wallace. Thank you, thank you. Hopefully now we're all a lot more clear on exactly who it is that loves you, baby. Of course it's me, sure, obviously. But more significantly, it's Telly Savalas. And scene. Is that what that means there? JVYL? Is that like you got freshman YL, JVYL, varsity YL? Okay, so making sense, art or science? Well, science, but like most sciences, just because in theory everybody could do it doesn't mean in practice everybody can. Does that make something an art? That might be one criterion one uses. Like, in general, I think it's believed that the difference between an art and a science is one where arts have to be holistically attained. You have to have intuition and a vision, and it works or it doesn't because the sum of it, because the sum is greater, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. Are you into cougars, milfs, or gilfs? I'm into my wife. That's what I'm into. Whoever's been weed whacking down there, seems like they've been weed whacking all day. How many weeds could they possibly have? Nothing to apologize for. You didn't have any reason to immediately conclude I was a married man. Happily, I might add. You see, I went ahead and did it. For my third wife, my third and final wife. First two didn't work out, obviously. But this last one, I went and got me a woman who is very sexy. I prioritized maybe more carnal concerns, and that's not why the relationship's so wonderful and has lasted, but it's an added bonus.
I love you.
I love you too, darling. Speak of the devil, here she is.
Speaking of devil, what were you saying?
I was talking about you.
What about?
I was saying that somebody asked me if I was into cougars, milfs, or gilfs, and I said I'm into my wife.
Aww, thanks.
Of course. I finally achieved peak minimalism. So all my furniture and replace it with a single high-definition photo of a chair.
Did you guys say that?
No, this JRYL. I don't know who it is. Somebody's been around before, but is under a different name. Who knows? But that's funny. Thanks, I will enjoy. That bear needs a trip to the emergency room. His back looks really bad. What bear?
On your shirt.
Oh, yeah, he does have a a big chunk out of his back.
It's true.
You got a point there. Something with a bite like a triangle bit it out of him. Iowa up by 12 now, with 14 minutes left in the second half. Looking to put the number one seed Florida Gators down in the trash can.
Oh, I had the Gators going all the way.
I had at least one with the Gators as well.
Yeah.
I don't think I have Iowa going particularly far on any of mine.
You know, I thought to myself, I always root against Florida teams. Let me do it. Let me have them going all the way. But
Yeah, well, it's a sensible line of thinking. The thing is, in general, I probably was biased towards Big Ten teams, so I might have had Iowa going further than I otherwise would have, but uh, I think I prioritized Michigan, Illinois, and Michigan State from the Big Ten.
yeah.
Maybe
also-
a Purdue or two snuck in to get like maybe the Elite Eight or Sweet 16. Okay, everybody's getting things accomplished out here, except for me. So I think maybe I'm going to do a little bit of sweeping / pushing of things. It will require me to get different shoes on, and maybe if I do that, then I'll be motivated to clean up the kitchen, which is my number one ideal outcome that I would attain here. Cleaning up the kitchen and maybe making another better loaf of bread this time. Last time the loaf of bread did not come out very good.
I have faith in you.
This time I'm going to adjust. I have a good clear idea of how to adjust. It should solve the problem. I'm convinced the check engine light in my car is just my vehicle's way of asking for a spiritual retreat. I've started putting crystals in the glove box instead of getting an oil change. And honestly, the rattling sound now feels much more intentional and grounded. Well, I'm glad your car is responsive to that. Part of what made me ask about the question of what's required in making sense is I have been watching these silly videos that are basically people overly NIing and not even getting that that's what they're doing. For example, the one I was talking about earlier today, there's Hermetic principles, all is mind, and as above, so below. And these people are interpreting those expressions to mean things that are only meant in the contemporary world, in the way that they're being expressed. And the liberties being taken sort of in terms of transliteration from oldie days talk to now is just ridiculous. Are just ridiculous. So, like, how does one explain to them that, well, what, I guess a better way to put it is, what are they, where are they failing? And where they're failing is thinking that they can holistically identify some common theme in each of these two ideas, and then, from this frame of reference, and conclude that this frame of reference intended the same thing. Is there a name exactly for that? I don't know. Not that I know of. Which is in greater disrepair, your house or the typology community? Typology community by far. The typology community is like a hoarder's house filled with useless garbage.
Please don't let me get like that.
Okay, I won't.
I'm telling you, I have a big fear because of my grandma.
Then do type police, not chores. Well, if I were going to do type police, then I'd need to end the stream to work on that. I can't really work on that in the stream at the same time. Um, and in the video I have in mind of making today, I'm not exactly sure how great a type police video it'll make. In the ideal type police video, you've got somebody who's a big channel and who's also too big for their britches. Like I kind of regret not coming down more on INFJ Circle. I feel as though he would have been a good candidate for me to say. I don't have defensible reasons to think you're not an INFJ, especially, but that's only because I can't explain what you're displaying as FI and not FE because that doesn't have a determinate cue. Everybody is going to feel emotion sometimes, and I, just reading you is not going to do. Try as you might. You just can't hide because you're mistyped, and I've been waiting to pull you over all night.
For me, it was like watching INFJ Circle. It was hard to like pull him over and charge him because some of the stuff that he was saying like wasn't
Wrong.
Yeah, but it also sounded like stuff that was just heard.
I mean, it may not have been wrong about INFJs, but it's unlikely that INFJs would have presented it in the way he did.
Yes.
And I probably should have highlighted that. But I wouldn't have been able to really defend it except say I'm just intuiting that this guy's got FI. I don't know. He just had that like wet eye look. Like Rachel's dad has it too.
Yeah, he does.
They have the eyes of someone who's accustomed to crying and has their emotions bring them to tears often. Jay Bile, I'm not shocked to hear that. Not shocked at all. Who's Eric looking at? I'm looking at the live stream chat and the basketball game. As Florida is trying to make a comeback here with 12 minutes left. So I guess I will get up and go into the kitchen and do a couple of things. Sounds a little more appealing to go sweep outside just because it's a nice day and the rest of the neighborhood's outside. I do kind of like sweeping. You're not wrong, Casey Jones. I don't hate it. It feels like a good, satisfying way to make a difference in your environment.
He probably hasn't swept in a while.
I am a wet mouther, Ruben, right now because of this denture.
What a pain.
Yeah. It's hopeful to me that when I get the final product in, then I no longer have to worry about this at all.
Yeah.
55 to 47. Hello, Ruben. Donald Trump is a wet mouth talker. It probably also has to do with dentures for him because he's pretty old, so he's probably had a lot of dental stuff done. You could tell Biden had dentures. You could tell by the way he talked.
True.
But purportedly, when you get the solution that I'm getting, that it's not like dentures. It's just like it doesn't feel any different than having your regular teeth, except for the fact that obviously they don't have nerves in them, so you're not going to be able to feel stuff in the same way you can feel with your teeth. We're all mouth breathers around here. I certainly am sometimes, but if I am a mouth breather, then that's unfortunate because that means when I'm sleeping and my nose is kind of stuffed up, it means I'm guaranteed to drool when I'm asleep. If my nose is clear, then I usually sleep with my mouth closed and don't drool and just breathe through my nose. Yes, that's right. Oh, Mr. Kitty. What an important gentleman. Daddy knows and Daddy loves. For your clogged nose, I guess, Casey Jones would be my guess. It's the biggest hole to get air. That's how you get true oxygenation. Well, if Iowa wins, that'll bust some brackets. It sure will. Sure will. Oh, Howie Mandel. Remember that hilarious thing where you put a glove on your head?
But is this supposed to be like...
And everyone would laugh and laugh at your hilarity. He's got a glove on his head. Howie Mandel, I've got 3 or 4 words for you. We'll call it 4. Get out of here.
Yeah.
I could have gone with get out of here, then it would have been 3 words. But I decided to articulate each word independently, just to drive home the point of what Howie Mandel should do, namely get out of here. Now, a love glove is not reference to a vagina. Presumably, it would be reference to a condom. Yes, future, exactly. That is absolute genius. What's he gonna do next? Put a sock on his hand? That fucking guy, I tell you. How do people like that become successful? Wait, where'd you go? You went silent. I feel a shift in the digital atmosphere. I'm so sorry for whatever my vibes just did to you. Oh, took over school? Maybe he left. People do come and go without announcing it all the time. That's one of the wonderful advantages of a live stream. You can just be there for a while and then just disappear, and that's fine. And that's how it's supposed to be. Of course, it's also, when I say it's how it's supposed to be, it means it's entirely up to the person. Some people do say hello and goodbye, and that's fine too. Oh, yeah. I want to go to a show where Gallagher opens for Howie Mandel.
How did Howie Mandel even get famous?
For being a comedian.
But
I know. You'd think somebody would have to be funny to be a comedian.
yeah.
Oh, you're trying to ignore him. Well, apparently, Too Cool for School does not appreciate your insincere engagement.
Oh, I used to watch Bobby's World. Don't blame me, I was a kid.
you know, if you want to get some more bad comedians in the mix, you could maybe find a way to squeeze Paula Poundstone onto that stage.
Yes. Didn't she like do the news for Nickelodeon or something?
I don't know.
I think she used to wear a suit. Yes, Life with Louie. I used to watch that too.
What I was saying about FI was about a particular person. It was about Rachel's dad, who has wet FI eyes, and also about INFJ Circle, who also has wet FI eyes. Also, the INFP I lived with in China, Ralph, he also had wet FI eyes.
Oh.
But I don't think of Acacia as having wet FI eyes.
Did your INFP girlfriend have wet eyes?
No, I don't think she had wet FI eyes either. I think it may be more common with men. Like male INFPs, I think are more likely to get wet eye.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I don't mean it as a criticism. I'm just saying, the whole thing came up because I was trying to say how I wish I had been a little bit more challengey with INFJ Circle. He would be a perfect person to get challengey with because he had a lot of subs, less likely to be accused of like bullying somebody. And I didn't really think he was an INFJ. I just thought the only good reason I had to say that was he seems FI, not FE, and it seems unlikely an INFJ would present content in such a self-aggrandizing way without recognizing the FE implications of it. But the number one reason was because he had wet eye. But I don't know what type he was. I just have my doubts to do with INFJ, and I probably should have been a little bit more critical about it. What does FI have to do with crying? Well, introverted feelings is just your emotions and your attachment to things. People cry because something was very important to them and they lost it, or something that they wanted to go one way went another way and they're disappointed. People cry because they have attachments to things. Obviously, people have other kinds of attachments as well, SI attachments, where they get very accustomed to something being the way it is and they are unhappy when it changes. But the point is that if you look at something like Zen Buddhism, what their solution to things is so ridiculous. Like, well, don't have attachments. Are you serious? Your whole philosophy is like FI bad. It's ridiculous. Wow, Florida bangs home the 1-point game. Iowa clinging to the lead here. You are Christopher, and I'm glad that you can identify yourself as such. I'm Eric. This is my wife, Rachel. I may introduce you to Acacia, Dulles, and Show Media, among others, perhaps. I'm not sure. I have to scroll up.
Ruben's here.
Ruben as well. Love chamomile. Well, Acacia, that's wrong of you. It's wrong of you because chamomile's not good.
You don't like chamomile?
Just have regular tea is fine.
What's regular tea?
Black tea.
You know what we haven't had? Well, I'm so glad you got the pure leaf.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so good. But maybe now that it's like warmer, we can have some sun tea.
We could. One thing I forgot to get you at the store was another thing of limeade.
Oh, that's okay. So, as long as we don't like finish. Yeah. It's okay. We'll get it another day.
There's only one acceptable kind of tea, and that's regular American black tea. Just like Lipton. That's it. Anything else, you're just trying to be all fancy and jazz and stuff.
I went to one of my favorite places, and when I lived at my parents, there's this like coffee house, um, and they had like all different kinds of coffee. You would probably hate it. They have all different kinds of coffees, like all different kinds, and all different kinds of desserts, all different kinds of teas. Like seriously, like back to back pages of like tea and um coffees. And it was like a fun place to go. It's like kind of eclectic. They had like vintage furniture. It was like in an old house. And it was nice because you could go like as a young kid. Um but I had like a bunch of different kinds of teas there and coffees.
Show me. I hope you're not talking smack about America's tea. Why don't you go live in China if you don't like America's tea?
Ooh.
Hmm? So I wonder what was the first tea to come about. Was it black tea, green tea, something else?
Mm.
A caffeine-free blend of golden Egyptian chamomile flowers and mildly stimulating, fragrant hyssop, joined with smooth Cape rooibos, rose petals, and linden flowers. That sounds like a bunch of made-up shit. Iowa clinging to a 1-point lead. 8 minutes left in the second half. Things are not looking good for the Hawkeyes. They had a much bigger lead before. And Flores comes storming back. Oh! Fouled as he drove the lane. Now we put some shoes on. Let's go smoke a cigarette. And okay. And we could potentially do a little sweeping. I've got my boots on now. You see, I started doing some sweeping yesterday, a little bit. Or not yesterday, maybe the day before. I'll show you the pile. See that? You think that pile of pine needles and whatnot just piled up itself? No. I swept it that way. I need to do some sweeping because I went up on the roof to get some wasps to get the Christmas lights down, and I also cleaned out these rain gutters and I just threw it down here, so it's left some mess that needs to be swept up. There's additionally all of that crap over there against the wall. That's a little bit less of a pressing concern because I don't really walk over there, but it looks kind of bad. I'd like to sweep it up and put it over there, for example. Moisties. Acacia has big old moisties. I will acknowledge that I do not know what that means. Big old moisties. I rebuke that joke and the negative vibes, says Diamine. What joke are you rebuking? I didn't hear it apparently. You mean that Acacia has big moisties? Casey, do you sweep up mini erect? I can't even read that. I need to get my glasses. I'm supposed to go into Boston tomorrow because my boss is in town, uphill both ways in the driving snow. The problem, my type is the problem. At least that's what my last three therapists told me. You're a problem, huh? Well, I got some good news for you. When people come here and be a problem, I'm a solution that tells them, no, you're wrong, here's why you're wrong, and no, I'm not going to put up with any not answering any questions slash not responding to me stuff. And, a lot of people, they've been allowed to get away with not responding to what people say and not, you know, caring about how they use words at all. And that's bad, obviously. Words are the tools of civilized people.
Why did you say that Alice in Wonderland made sense for me? Like,
Did I say that?
yeah. I was like, thank you. Because, like, I really resonate with her. I've been Alice more than once for Halloween.
Well, I don't remember why I said it at the time. The thing that comes to mind now is that, Alice experiences this experience of being the only one sane in a world of people consumed with things that don't make any sense.
Yeah, that's true.
I think in general, INFJ is going to feel a little bit like that because, there's an inversely proportional relationship between doing stuff, accomplishing outcomes, etc., and understanding things correctly. So, since the world's attentional configurations are slanted heavily towards the more useful ones, it's natural that the world's going to seem completely insane all the time.
It's true.
All right. Well, made a little bit more progress. Of course, the biggest challenge that universalists have is as follows. Particularists, those who are working towards specific goals for personal reasons, or even those who are working for specific goals, presumably for the good of everybody or what have you. Such people, they don't need to attain any agreement or consensus because the frame of reference is already, I'm doing this for my personal reasons that don't need that kind of justification. Like, why am I sleeping right now? Well, because I feel like it. I don't need to justify it anyway. And everybody knows that's the case. So the fact that I can't get broad agreement about whether I should sweep right now or clean the kitchen is irrelevant. I don't need it for it to be a valid choice regardless. The problem that universalists have, especially INFJs, is They're not necessarily even in agreement with other INFJs about a given matter, but most importantly, they holistically know intuitively what the outside world is informing them, about itself. And for for that understanding to meaningfully impact anybody, it's going to do so through some kind of communicative pathway. So in that sense, it's reliant on either agreement or willingness to engage on those kind of metrics to see impact. Just like when I'm explaining things, it has no impact at all on anybody who either can't understand, doesn't want to understand, doesn't want to try to understand, or isn't positively impacted by clearer understandings in general. And some types are not only not positively impacted by them, but they would be very negatively impacted by them if they could, in fact, attain them. The reason that comes to mind right now is this ESFP woman I typed one time who was talking about how her job was with some school district, and she was tasked with bringing certain kinds of data-driven teaching approaches to classroom teachers and trying to get them to implement them and stuff. But the thing was, the data-driven approach that she presented only works with closed system stuff like math, for example, or conditional logic. Potentially like chemistry, But it doesn't work with English class at all. So I naturally asked, well, what about with English class though? You do those classes too? And she's like, yeah, and I just try to get them to implement as much as possible because a little bit is better than none, even though she's categorically wrong. In fact, the methodology she was trying to implement is only a good idea to implement in certain kinds of classes. And to the extent that you could get anybody to implement it in the wrong kind of classes, it would not only not serve any good, it would probably do harm. But in her mind, that didn't really matter. She didn't need to understand that this particular um, approach was only applicable to certain things and not to others. She was tasked with trying to get everybody to implement this approach regardless, and assumed that to the extent that she wasn't able to get it to work with some parties, it was because, well, it was only working a little bit or something. Not getting the fact that it doesn't. There's no right kind of pants to put on a duck. So, for this person, understanding, if they had been capable of it, would have hindered their ability to put effort and energy and believe in what they were doing. It served them better to be wrong in that instance from a personal perspective. It served the whole worse. It served the students and the teachers worse, but it didn't serve that individual badly at all to not understand. It was kind of a necessary prerequisite for her to continue doing this incredibly stupid thing. This incredibly ill-advised thing called trying to put pants on a duck. That duck doesn't need pants, but it's naked. Okay. That rule only applies to people, not to ducks. But look, if it's good for people to wear pants, then it must be at least a little good for some ducks to wear pants. No, it's not a little good at all. It's all bad. The duck does not want to wear pants, and you're just inhibiting its ability to swim around and stuff. They exist according to a different set of rules. Donald Duck maybe would benefit from some pants. I wonder if Tiger King is the same as Kingfish. Well, now Florida's taking the lead, unsurprisingly. UCLA game has started. UCLA is 7 seed, playing against UConn, the 2 seed. Obviously, I'm rooting for UCLA. Probably of all the teams left in the tournament, I'm rooting for them the most.
Donald Duck does need some pants, or at least shorts.
And speech therapy.
Could you roll me some joints?
Yeah, let me just watch Trouble eat first.
Of course.
I'll get you some more food, Mr. Kitty.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to like.
No, why are you apologizing?
My own bad habit.
We're playing FE prevent defense.
There's a spider right there.
Where?
You could probably scoop it to the door, to the underneath
I see
the.
it. Yeah, I see it. You want me to put it outside? Is that what you're saying?
If possible. I mean, if not.
You know what?
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Spider, but you're just too hard to move.
Hi, Capillo. Or at least get its guts.
There.
Where's the paper towels? Up.
I'll get it.
You sure?
It was a juicy one.
He was. No offense to spiders. I just don't really want them in the house.
I get it. I periodically kill some when I see some big ones as well.
Big ones, you know. And brown spiders. You should always kill a brown spider because I think they're dangerous to some degree.
This cat's name is Trouble. It's like a Native American name. It's descriptive, not just a name.
Mm-hmm. I forget that when I tell stories about him.
Oops, sorry, buddy. I know. I got you. It's okay. It's all right. Puberty love. How many people here have ever seen Attack of the Killer Tomatoes? It's got this horrible song in it. It's okay. It's all right. Puberty love.
Oh my gosh, you're so soft now. You're like the Prince of Persia. Yes. Oh, yes.
Well, like I believe I discussed this issue with the spiders last night when I was on stream, and I was saying that, you know, one of the reasons why I'll often kill spiders rather than put them outside is because the spider doesn't want to go outside anyway.
Well, it is inside because of the way the temperature of the house is.
Yeah, well, like Fly Guy, you said it's a house spider, right? So maybe they do have a habitat outside, but that spider obviously made his home somewhere in here, so he doesn't want to be displaced. I don't want to create spider refugees.
Can I get something to dust? We have some Like
Lemon pledge or something?
what?
You mean like a tool that does?
Yeah, because there's some like cobwebs in the washing room that I'd like to get. You
Okay.
can probably just get it really fast.
Well, we have this thing in here. It may be a little big for your purposes, I don't know. But this is, I should use this more often to get cat hair and stuff. This is good for getting dust off of the ceiling fans, among other things. Get a lot of cat hair on it. All right.
Look at those cobwebs.
Oh, wow. We do have some webs here, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Smells like weed in here.
Yeah, it does.
Well, let me see if I can get some cat hair off the floor with this while I got it out as well.
Yeah, why not?
Start back here. Push everything this way. I'll try to pick up some of these little things here. Throw them in the trash. This cat hair. That cat hair. Now we're going to get some serious cat hair. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Look at all that cat hair.
So much cat hair. Wow. Good job.
Thanks. Put some more hair down there. Okay. Now let's get it again. Because you know you're not going to get all the cat hair in one swoop. Too much. Okay. Well, that's a start.
Good job.
Thanks. Let's go take a little break.
Oh yeah.
All right. Rolling these joints. No problem.
Thank you. I super appreciate it.
Not a problem. All right. Let's put this back in the closet. For now, we could use this again later to continue with the tile floors. It's a great way to quickly gather up a lot of cat hair without, fouling up your vacuum. Okay. Cute jumping spiders. Well, you know what? They can cutely jump on you. I don't want any spiders jumping on me no matter how cute. 8.9 seconds left. Florida at the line with a 1-point lead. I was going to have a chance to either tie or win this game, no matter what. So that's kind of cool. This game's also gone down to the wire here. Not unlike the last game we were watching, Virginia versus Tennessee. That thought occurred to me too, too cool for school. I'm not sure. Possible. Kay said the same thing as what? As uh, it's just part of life, like regardless of how given exchange with somebody plays out. That's part of YouTube. Oh, the little cousin thing, huh? That does seem like a particularly identifying verbal habit, perhaps. Well, my position is people are allowed to come in on alts and try again. Uh, some people. Oh, wow. 3-pointer by Iowa to take the lead. 1-point lead with 4 seconds left at the end of the second. I think the cousin remarks a red herring. This is someone else. No, she was. I did hide her. I did end up hiding her. You know, I've been thinking about it since then. Yes, I had a lot of cause to be angry. Um, and I was on mushrooms and it was kind of inevitable that I was going to freak out with the bullshit she was doing. But I doubt I would have hidden her if I hadn't been on mushrooms. Probably not. I may have overreacted somewhat. I can't really tell. I'm not really sure because the thing is, what's indisputable is that she was being dissembling and dishonest the whole time, trying to blame me for things that had nothing to do with me. Yes, that happened. But is that really that uncommon around here? I'm not sure. And is that the sort of thing that normally gets somebody banned? That with, that much assertiveness as I dealt with her? I'm not sure about that either. And the thing is, I was right to, I guess, unmask the duplicity and toxic kind of, what people around here sometimes, some people around here called gaslighting. This attempt to reframe reality into something that it's not, and it's not being discussed, and etc. But maybe it's conceivable that evening was not like indicative of who she is as a whole, and or she could have been having a super bad day or something in terms of being reasonable. victims often do this with their abusers. They're charming people as their game. Well, to the extent that I would do this with an abuser, it wouldn't be because they were a charming person. It would be because I didn't. I'm hesitant to conclude that somebody's fundamentally broken, right? Um,
If she was gaslighting you, that is wrong, though. I don't know what happened. I didn't watch. I heard she gaslit you, that she said something and then she said she didn't say it.
well, basically, she said something about. She said like, as a general rule, you should never trust Google.
Right.
And then I corrected her on that ridiculous statement. And then she said, I didn't say you should never trust Google because of this reason. And basically, um, obviously, that's not relevant.
Whoa, Iowa
Iowa
won.
won. See you later, Florida.
Wow.
Well, I'm clarifying for Ruben and Acacia. They weren't here. They're not familiar with what happened.
I don't know what happened either. So
So I
please
am
do
just clarifying.
explain.
So the thing is, from that point forward to the whole end of the conversation, she kept trying to assert that this was a misunderstanding or that somehow I was to blame for some failure to communicate here. Obviously, I didn't misunderstand anything, and she was both refusing to explain what she meant then, if she didn't mean that, and also refusing to respond to anything I said, and also falsely blaming me for this whole thing, when in reality it was her accountability avoidance syndrome that caused the problem. But but the other thing is, to some extent, I can trust my emotions. Like, yeah, it's a crushing loss for Florida. I'm so happy they lost. I hate Florida. Um, so, I don't get so angry at somebody unless they have actively prevented me from communicating to any degree of effectiveness and are actively undermining successful communication in defense of or in search of the truth or what have you. When that happens, I am going to get unspeakably mad because somebody's just saying, I'm going to pretend that your action that you take, namely me talking about something, I'm going to behave as though you took no action. Like, um, there's not really much of a corollary in the world of SE. If I punch you in the face, it's pretty hard to just pretend like I didn't punch you in the face and continue on as though nothing had happened, right? Which day was this again? It was Tuesday.
Oh my god, gee, why do you have to ask that?
Yeah, I know, gee, why be crass and vulgar?
Thank you.
Oh. No, that was after Kaleidoscopic Void.
Can you delete it?
What?
G's thing?
I can't at the moment because I'm not logged in. Gee, delete that, or can somebody delete G's nonsense, please? You think to build a strong community we need to tolerate less anonymous elements? Well, it's one of those things that's a balancing act, right? So you may think that the way things roll around here is too much weight on this side of the balance. Thank you, Keisha. Um, but ultimately, like, what we're arguing about here is exactly where the thing should be, not the fundamental principles. I agree in principle that it's a good idea to excise elements that undermine the ability of the community to have good engagements with one another because they're just being shitty all the time, you know? Right. I agree with that boy Klaus that being able to like what we're doing right now, me streaming and you guys chatting, well, it the medium itself makes it impossible for me to look at who I'm talking to, right? So there's always going to be a limited extent to which I know exactly who somebody is, even if I know exactly who they are. Like, I know Dat Boy Klaus is Dat Boy Klaus. I've chatted with him many times. He and I both like sports. He seems like a very level headed fellow across the board, etc. But I actually don't know anything about him. I don't even know he's actually a man or anything. I don't think his name is actually Klaus,
These are facts.
but it might be Klaus. Who knows? Now it's different with Ruben and Acacia because I met them in person.
Mm-hmm.
It was the one before oh. It was the one before oh.
Now, is it different before with Fly Guy because you typed him?
I'm not sure what you're saying. Different from what? How?
Like you met Ruben.
Oh yeah, yeah, right. I see. Yeah, I I I may not have met Clark in person, but I talked to him by a video conference.
So
So that's a little bit different, but
you don't fully know him,
right.
but you know what he looks like.
So I'm fine with a certain amount of anonymity. I would point out though that like for those of us who are advocates for free expression, free speech and such, there's not necessarily it's not necessarily the case that being an advocate for those things means being an advocate for anonymous free speech. Personally, I'm not an advocate in favor of privacy. You know, in the real world, people engage in it. Very rarely do people engage in such uncivil behavior as they do on the internet. And that's at least partially because they have their reputation to worry about. Anonymity allows one to behave in certain ways and not incur the natural consequences of behaving in those ways. So, to that extent, it's bad, right? Nobody's saying people can't say those horrible things, but if you're if you're saying those horrible things, let us know who you are. Say them out loud in front of everybody as your identity, and then um, I will defend your right to say your horrible shit. As far as it should be defended, for sure. Maybe even a little further. But if you want to lay claim to that defense of your rights, then you have to take ownership of your of what that means. Like your rights come from ownership. Making it such that nobody can determine who the owners of these words are is not a right accordingly. Rather, it's a privilege, and it's a privilege that I'm not sure serves us well in general. There's a phenomenon called eternal December, which eroded away the standards for communications on the internet. What if I want to say nice things anonymously? I mean, I can get why somebody would want to give compliments anonymously because, you know, they for example, they don't want credit for giving compliments. Like, I don't want you to think that I want you to like me more because I'm giving you compliments, or to think that I'm buttering you up. So I'd rather just give the compliment anonymously. Certainly, I can understand why people would want to give gifts of money anonymously. For example, uh, I want this person to have money, but I don't want it to impact their relationship with me in some way or how they think about me. That makes perfectly good sense. But the point is that ultimately, I personally don't really think that preserving the ability to engage in anonymous speech is worth the harms ultimately. However, I would that's not factoring in any harms that would be incurred in trying to eliminate that capacity. That's a different story.
Oh, that's a good one. I keep sanding him down.
Buttering them up, sanding them down.
Yeah. I like to butter you up.
Thanks, darling.
You're welcome.
That's appropriate because I'm bread.
Oh, are you making bread?
I was actually planning on making bread this evening, yes, although I wasn't thinking about doing it right this second, but maybe I will. That's even further away, but I guess I wanted to stay in the realm of food. Well, the opposite of buttering you up then would be, I guess, salmoning your ice cream.
Yeah. That sounds so bad. Do you mind
Rolling some joints, right. Forgot
just,
about
even
it.
if it's just
No,
one,
no,
so I can smoke with you outside.
I just forgot all about it.
It's okay.
It's one of those SE things that I'm trying to autopilot while I'm talking about different ideas, and it's just not working. Don't salmon my ice cream. Butter me up instead.
Ruben, do you butter up? I feel like it's an Effie thing. It's like, I don't know, right?
I expected her to be nice, but then she really salmoned my ice cream.
Wow! What does someone have to do to like salmon your ice cream?
Basically, they tell you everything that's wrong with you instead of complimenting you, right?
Oh.
You're kind of rude. You seem to be unreliable. You don't accomplish anything. Things like that. Somebody might say to me, that would be salmoning my ice cream.
I don't want to ever do that. I'm sorry if I ever do that. I'm sure I have.
I don't think I do much, but I do want to compliment people in ways that are true and I think would be impactful. One joint.
Thank you. I compliment women when I think they're fashion is cool or something.
Rachel's always like the cashiers and stuff. Nice tits, baby.
Oh my god, that'd be so aggressive.
I wonder if when Telly Savalas went to the supermarket and the cashier was like, okay, well, thank you. Here's your receipt. And Telly Savalas was like, hey, who loves you, baby?
That would be like.
I don't know. Me, Telly Savalas.
I feel like that'd be a good skit on SNL. Tell Telly Savalas as a cashier.
Yeah. Or him at the DMV. Finally,
Yeah.
until he gets to the front of the line, he just says, "Who loves you, baby?" I'm not sure. Can I help you, sir? I'm Telly Savalas. Have you ever used a Diners Club card?
Oh my god, I fucking love it.
Um, Mr. Stevens, I've got a difficult customer. What seems to be the problem, sir? Hey, who loves you, baby? I'm not sure what you're getting at here, sir. It's me. I do. I'm Telly Savalas. Then, at the window next to Telly Savalas, Mr. T is telling the cashier that he pities the fool, I pity the fool. Okay, I'm just asking you, sir, if you have proof of registration.
Oh my gosh, that's so good. Can someone pay you to do that?
Telly is also Mr. T. You mean like after he's done with his business, he puts on a Mr. T like wig and goes in? Is like a lot of people don't know this, but I play the role of Mr. T. Switches into character. I can't even think of anything Mr. T says besides pity the fool.
Yeah, no, me neither.
You think Telly Savalas was on Family Guy? Maybe he was. I've never seen any episode with a Telly Savalas in it, but it's possible. I totally believe Family Guy would have Mr. T in one of their skits.
Yeah.
I was never a huge watcher of Family Guy.
Me neither. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. T. Savalas. Ah, clever, clever, clever.
So UCLA is playing UConn, 7 versus a 2 seed here. Currently, the Huskies have a 2-point lead, but UCLA is bringing the ball up court, determined to change that. Now, where is my beverage? Got my cigarette here. I need a beverage to take outside with me as well. I think I'll get a beer at this point. All right. Oh, there's my coffee. That's where I left it. It's fine. I'm going to switch to this now. I don't really need that much more coffee. And then I'm serious. We're coming in here and I'm going to do something about this room. Maybe I'll start making bread first and then I will do the cleanup. Might be a better OOO, which stands for Order of Operations. Now UConn's got a 4-point lead. Obviously, they're the favorites. UCLA, the 7 seed.
What do you think about Bill Murray being a UConn fan?
I mean, I'm always a little surprised to see Bill Murray engage in anything because I think of him as being somebody who has an ongoing alcohol problem, which tends to make people like stay home so they don't reveal their drunkenness, or they may have plans to go out, but then they end up getting drunk before they go and stay home. So when I see him out and about and or in a new movie or something, I think, oh well, I guess You know, he's not completely consumed by that. Maybe he quit drinking. Who knows? I think things like that. You gotta have that thing that runs automatically while you're doing manual things. I don't know what that word is. I was watching somebody play a video game that referenced Telly Savalas. Really?
Wow.
I'm glad to know that Telly Savalas is re-entering the public's consciousness, and I think it's all because of my song "Who Loves You, Baby."
I think so too. It's stuck in my head right now.
Mm-hmm. And may I remind everybody that after I made the song "Who Loves You, Baby," only then did I discover that in fact Telly Savalas made a song called "Who Loves You, Baby."
So,
He already made it.
oh yeah, that's true.
And it's got that crazy like 70s era actor spoken word part in it and everything. It's everything you'd ever imagine it to be. Hey, Jared. He startled me.
Me too. That's okay. How's it going?
I'll put the.
We're passing through.
Oh, yeah? You going on a walk or what?
We just did the walk.
Oh, you did the walk.
Cool.
If they leave before me, sometimes I have to catch up, so I'll bring the bike. And then
Hi, Lily.
Lulu will get her running that way because she wants to chase it.
So does she still, even though she has trouble getting up on furniture and stuff, she still runs good, huh?
She still wants to run.
Hi,
I think it's good for her, as long as she wants to do it, you know. She did have her ibuprofen.
How's it going, Kay?
Hi, Matt. Good. Dude, how's it going?
Good. You look like you got some exercise.
Got some exercise. Hello! Hi!
It's Kay. She's back from Australia and better than ever.
So I had some friends back in Australia who were telling me about
What?
swingers parties.
Swingers parties, huh?
Swingers parties.
Is that,
And Joe went to these. She was like, "Oh, I'm interested in this. I'm very curious. Didn't think these things went on." And
Okay.
I didn't go to any of these.
She's wearing her pink shirt because
I'm
she
wearing
did
a
a
pink
walk
shirt.
for the swingers.
Oh no, it was the breast cancer.
Oh,
Like,
was it?
run
Oh,
down.
I thought it was
Oh,
for
right.
breast cancer.
Sorry, wrong party.
so did you take away from that those things are popular in Australia or something?
Well, she's been to a few of them.
That-
She went to a few of them. And I didn't even know these things happened.
Yeah, people are very sex crazed, you know?
Yeah, I didn't know this was a thing. And Joe went with Lou, and they were very curious just to see, because she's recently divorced, and so she's been investigating different like lines of getting to know people. And
Like, you know, maybe I want to fuck a bunch of strangers.
yeah. And so they went along to this thing, and
You mind if I fuck you over?
well, it was really weird. Well, it was interesting. I don't know. Joe and Lou walked in, and they were just curious. They're like, "This is interesting. This is an interesting social experiment." And then a girl came towards them and said, "Hey, what do you reckon about getting together?" And I was like, "Oh." And they were, and they said, "No, we're just
here to watch.
here to like see what goes on in these places."
That must have been awkward for the people.
And Joe and Lou both said, "Yeah, we're not really into getting into it,
If you
but we're
sign
just
up-
here
If you
to."
sign up at that point you actually show up for one of these things and you don't participate, that would just, it's like showing up at a hot tub where
And
everybody's
she was-
naked and not getting
She was
undressed.
kind of offended, the
Like,
girl
you gotta,
who propositioned them.
you know what I mean?
She was kind of offended.
gotta
She was
follow
like,
through.
"Oh." Yeah.
Well, understandably, he thinks he's at a place expressly for that thing, and then these two people come and
And they're like,
Yeah.
no, actually, we were just
Yeah.
seeing what it was all about. And
Yeah.
yeah, you
I
know,
get you.
a lot of people are into all kinds of debauchery.
Right, exactly.
sorry, I didn't mean to
Oh, it's fine, totally
make your
fine.
streaming go in a different
No,
direction.
I appreciate you
new
guys
topic.
stopping by. It's much more interesting than what we were talking about before.
What were you talking about before?
I mean, it's so interesting I've forgotten.
Wait, I was talking about the Ravens today because we have a really big.
Would you mind if I
Is it a
Grab a
murder
smoke?
of Ravens?
Oh yeah, of course. Here, let me get you a smoke. You guys
I
want a drink of some kind? We have
Possibly.
warm white wine, warm beer, and whiskey.
I'll take warm beer.
Okay.
You gotta take warm white wine.
All right. I will get
I'm
you
not
some.
quite the whiskey. That was tempting. I was on the fence there.
All right, let me get that. I'll get you a smoke as well.
But we were talking about. What were we talking about?
What were we talking about?
Oh, the crows. The ravens. The
Oh,
ravens.
is that way?
So the ravens in our. Is it a murder?
So
Raven?
swingers clubs.
Somebody.
Who gets into that these days? We were
No,
wondering about that. It's like, it's interesting. What does California do as far as that goes? I don't know.
It's out there.
It's
definitely
out there. I didn't realize
It's out
Australia
there
really got
everywhere.
into
Like,
that.
I
But
mean, come on.
yeah,
How many
it was very like
sitcoms have this casually,
cloak and dagger kind of vibe. Like you came in with
secretly?
secret names.
Right. You don't want to come in as you are.
Nah.
Come
As you are. As you were, as you want me
to be.
and a friend, and a friend.
That's what it is.
Here you go,
That'll be the
Chris.
theme for this
Oh,
one.
thank you.
I'll be back with the cigarette. This
Oh,
is
where's
this.
Chris?
I have a lighter to open it with. You know how to do that yourself?
I think so. Okay. No, I'm not sure.
Just coming
You
with
got it.
random.
Gotcha.
I'll take the cap too.
Oh.
And I'll be right back with a cigarette.
These people take care of you, huh? Yeah. It's
Yeah.
good to have neighbors. Here we are.
Here we are.
Another Sunday walk.
Whew.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's still going.
It's still going. I don't know what people are saying right now, but
I don't know.
what kind of messages? What kind of comments?
The male genitalia is the dagger.
Oh, the cloak and dagger.
The cloak and dagger.
Yeah, the real cloak and dagger
right, from the
operation of the
Renaissance.
swingers.
Ah, yes. All the Scottish reference.
Oh,
We're totally taking over your streaming right
That's
now.
totally fine. We're just fucking around. Like, the only reason I started the stream at all was because I thought, well, I've got a couple things I'd like to do, including like sweeping this pile of leaves right there,
Yeah.
true that.
and maybe
Mm.
cleaning the kitchen.
Thank you,
And
Cancer.
sometimes I find it easier to complete tasks when I have an audience.
Oh, nice. Like, just
Ah.
walk through it. Like,
Yeah,
no.
you know, I'll pretend to teach people how to do things they already know how to do.
We did the serious like
It's your backpack.
oh
Oh, is that your bag?
yeah.
I was wondering whose bag it was. That might be Brandon's. I wasn't sure.
I just recognized it. Still sitting there.
It was empty, so I didn't feel any urgency to figure out who.
Oh, I have a lighter.
Oh, you have one.
It
Congratulations.
smells like it smells like a Grateful Dead concert.
Does it?
Yeah, right now.
Well, because of me.
Oh, it's weed.
Ah.
Yeah.
You know, it's weed, cigarettes, and good vibes.
And-
like all of a sudden, it's like,
And probably the smell of beer a little bit too.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah,
Uh-huh.
I'm at a show.
Would
It's
you like
amazing.
some?
Sure.
I always saw it.
So, we were talking the other day. I don't think I told you guys about this, about our paranormal event. Some people saying maybe it's not paranormal for various reasons, but I think it is.
Oh yeah, I know what you're gonna say.
Here at the house,
Yeah, here at the house.
I'm not surprised. Right here where we live is a really weird vortex. You can look it up.
Well, in this instance, what happened is I've got this spatula that I use all the time. It's my big spatula. It's always in this one drawer. It's always in the same place. It's either there or it's in the dishwasher. The only two places it could possibly be, right? So I open the drawer expecting to find it one day, and it's just not there. I was like, where did that spatula go? It's not in the dishwasher. It's not in any drawers at all, okay?
Oh,
Right.
the spatula.
I look for it. Rachel looks for it. We look for the shit out of it, right?
Sure.
And it is nowhere to be found. Then,
Yeah.
like the next day, I opened that same drawer, which I had looked through 10 times. Rachel looked through it too, and it was right where I expected it to be the day before, front and center. And neither of us had found it and put it back or anything like that. It was just a disappearing, reappearing spatula.
Disappearing, reappearing.
Do you think it could be
Through
like
the
a
dimensions.
Maybe.
a vortex?
A
Like
glitch
that
in the
thing.
matrix?
Yes.
Glitch in the matrix.
And then it realized
black
that
cat.
you knew
Right.
that you would, and they were like, how do we just fucking
Oh.
I
make
like
that thing be back in there?
I like to
I just
imagine
What?
I like to imagine there was a worker who was frantic, because
gonna start twerking.
they got like a memo
GoFundMe.
saying urgent.
Why no, did you
Fan-
just...
It wasn't
over.
filming you when you did that. That's why I turned it around.
Hot and She's
Is
Come
that
back from
filming
her
now?
walk,
I don't
is
know.
I like to imagine there was some worker lady who on the other side of the glitch system, right, in the matrix system, that they got a message from their management like, you're in big trouble. You took somebody's spatula and you didn't put it back.
right.
And then they're like, oh fuck, how am I gonna get this back? So they don't realize that it was
Realize that
it was
we-
a glitch in the matrix. And they just got so panicked they just put it right back in the
totally.
drawer.
Fuck it.
Yeah, in the place that we
We'll play the
always-
hat tricks on you.
It was there the whole time.
It was totally not there though,
It was
and I
totally
had just
not.
accepted that
Yeah.
it was gone. I was just like,
Kay
oh
and I-
well, I guess we lost it.
Yeah.
Like,
Kate and
I
I
had
go
no-
through that too, where we just fucking the two of us. I'm losing it. Like,
Right. Right. And the
was it
thing
here
is,
or not?
like,
No, it was definitely here.
literally every time before and since that occurrence, and I've looked in the drawer for the spatula, it has been, I've seen it immediately without any problem, right?
Right.
Like, it's not like sometimes I have to dig around for it. It's always front and center. It's the biggest thing in the whole drawer. The drawer doesn't have that much stuff in it. It's impossible that it was in the drawer. And
Do you think that's perspective? Like, because who we are, we interpret everything. Like, and we expect it to be there, that it just stays there. Like, if nobody was there to watch it, would all those things just stay in your drawer for like ever?
I don't know, but like I looked for it and I couldn't find it, and I looked for it in the drawer that it usually is in, and then I looked in the drawer that has all the utensils in it, and I didn't find it either of those. I think I checked other drawers too, like pantry.
yeah, we checked all over for it.
Right.
And whether or not the universe exists when we're not looking at it, that's an interesting question we were talking about earlier.
Observer.
The
Observer effect.
Yeah.
Kay could go into depth on the quantum physics, okay? Break down to the micro.
So they send photons through one.
And what's
One
less,
photon
what's
at a
less than
time.
photon?
So they send the photons through one photon at a time,
Right.
and they've got two slits,
Oh,
and they send this photon through. It behaves like a particle, straight through, and then they put two photons through at the same time, and they bounce against each other, and on the backboard, you've got like waves. They hit it against each other, and it behaves like waves on the backboard. And then somebody looks at it, and it just goes straight through. like a particle, whoosh, straight through.
Nothing's
Bam,
happening.
bam. No wave.
Nothing to see here.
Behaves like a particle when observed.
And the human eye only has so many.
And the crazy thing about a particle is when you look at it,
Yeah.
it behaves differently because you're looking at it. And that wave from your eyes
That's where I was going.
creates a
I don't
Energy.
think I don't think your eyes shoot out waves though.
totally eye shoot out waves.
And your eyes reciprocate what they're available to see. We only have so much spectrum in our eyesight. So there's possibly things here present that we can't see necessarily.
Well, the crazy thing about trying to measure a photon when something is looked at, that wave or that energy goes into that photon and it changes its path compared to when it wasn't looked at.
I mean, it
That's
basically
quantum physics.
one way to explain the idea is that reality isn't rendered until you observe it, just like in a video game. How, like, if you're playing Minecraft or something and you're flying towards the mountains, until you get a certain distance from them, they won't actually render and show up, you know?
Totally.
So it's kind of equivalent to that. But here's an interesting question. Do you know why it's called quantum?
No?
It's because the whole idea of it was predicated on the realization that photon energy states are quantized. So what that means is that it doesn't go from, like 100 down to 1 as a steady spectrum, but instead it'll go like this chunk will be like 95 to 100, then it'll immediately go down to the next quantized level rather than being a steady slope.
Yeah.
And that's why it's called quantum.
Hmm.
Quanti.
And then quantum entanglement. That's a crazy thing.
Yeah, it's a really interesting field, and there's actually people seem to think there's broad agreement on the so-called spooky action at a distance, where you've got two entangled particles, and the state that A attains when you observe it then becomes the state of B, no matter how far away it is, right?
Yeah.
There's this idea that you can affect change across a distance instantaneously, which would defy all the laws of relativity that we understand.
Yeah.
But-
Speed of light, all the things.
Right. But
Yeah.
there is a camp of people who say that, in fact, it's not action at a distance, that when the two particles were close together, they already communicated the information that each particle would then reveal. And accordingly, like, it doesn't matter which one you reveal. Like, if I reveal B, it'll reveal A, or it'll collapse the superposition on A, and vice versa. So accordingly, maybe they actually communicated their information together when they were local, and then it's only the observation only doesn't actually determine, like, the observation of this one doesn't determine anything here. It was already determined.
Right.
So
Right.
some people think that there's not much
Like you're on
unanimity
the
about it.
path and there's really no turning back from your path in particular,
Right.
possibly.
Well, the way most people think quantum mechanics is like there's two envelopes. And when I observe that this one's A, that's when this other one over here becomes A. But in this model, when they were both close
Right.
together, they both agreed to be A. And so it just seems that our observation is
Is changing it,
Yeah.
but it's not.
right. That's what some people say. Einstein never really bought quantum mechanics.
Nah.
It's yeah. Relativity. It depends on where you stand.
Yeah, well, relativity makes good sense, makes good intuitive sense. It's broadly been validated by every conceivable test of its predictions, etc. But, it's one of those things where Einsteinian physics is appropriate for its frame of reference. Newtonian physics works here on Earth for objects, and quantum mechanics works when you're trying to deal with stuff at that level of smallness. It's hard to say exactly how they
Yeah.
link together,
And how that would compared to relativity in the real world, if we actually achieved speed of light or
Well, according to relativity, we can't.
No,
Yeah.
we
Not
can't.
possible.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why I don't really believe in aliens.
Aliens.
Yeah.
I personally think that the aliens aren't aliens at all. They've been here this whole time.
So, how do you think all the things on Earth came about?
Came about.
Yeah, like where did life come
Well-
from?
Okay, well, they talk about that a lot, and that came from definitely people putting us here. There were beings that had
Okay.
ideas. Maybe we grew and out of mushrooms and evolved and blah blah blah. Who knows?
Blah blah blah.
The fucking dinosaurs were here. Let's just go to there because we don't really have much reference. Let's go to the dinosaurs getting wiped out and getting, extinct. Like that was no accident.
Can you imagine being around when there were like Tyrannosaurus Rexes walking around,
Right?
and you just try to go to the
Yeah.
store, and everyone's
And
like,
yeah.
"Look out! It's a T-Rex coming!"
The village is fucking just pillaged and yeah.
And someone standing there being like, "Don't worry, he's got little arms."
The idea of us actually being inside a black hole,
Yes, the giant black hole.
the black hole, event horizon, we can only see so
That's
far.
why we think that we have an end is because we're looking.
We can
from
only
the
see
black
so
hole,
far, and
looking out.
that means that we could possibly be inside our own black hole
Mm.
with its own space time.
That's why we've been so hidden and
So
we're
then,
like
what?
a science project.
What's the cosmic background microwave radiation then that we're seeing? Because I don't really think that we've got a good answer to that question. 'Cause,
Oh, to the
when
It's
astronomers look as
pretty-
far out as possible, they get to this thing called they call the cosmic microwave background radiation.
Mm.
I think that's all sun oriented, right? Are you thinking past the sun?
No, I mean this
we
is
go-
like when they look back as far as they can in history, right? The further away they look, the
Oh.
further
It's
back
like
in time they're
it's
looking.
the farthest we can see
At-
is
At the
it's
end,
very similar to an event horizon.
Why?
at
The
the
way
end
that
we reach an
exist
ice
within
wall.
this universe.
Why do you? I don't know.
Like, what is that exactly? Well, what they say is the astronomers just say, well, that's just cosmic microwave background radiation. But, like, why exactly is it there? What does it
Like
represent?
it's like white noise.
Well, it's
in
kind of like
space.
it's kind of like the flat Earth people. They think there's an ice wall around the Earth.
Yeah.
It's like there's an ice wall around the universe that we can
Yeah,
see.
We
and-
can't see any further than that.
Right.
And it kind of feels like we might be in our own black hole.
There's these crazy things, right, where you see like these, cloud nebulas and the shit that's happening out there. How do we know that there's not giant living organisms that flow through space? Like this 3-eye atlas thing. Like I know there's a lot of hype in it, and it came blazing through, and nobody's talking about it, and it just left fucking Jupiter. It flew past Jupiter, and like, I think I want to say 100,000 kilometers, and like anything would have been pulled into that. Like, what the fuck is this thing? Does anybody really know about 3-eye atlas and what this thing is? And why aren't they talking about it?
Has it
All
got
this
its own
other
propulsion
shit that's
system?
bullshit in the world right now and wars and stuff. Like this thing flew past. Like it could. This might have been them looking at us. If you don't believe in aliens, this is probably the closest thing to actually aliens invading us. Possible moment.
They would have invaded us already.
Well,
I
they're
think they're
not
probably.
invading
I
us.
think they're probably
they're
looking at us.
observing us.
Yeah,
Obviously,
and going, well,
they know we're
these
here.
guys, they don't really know what's going on.
But the UFOs, like that everybody sees, most of those are government. There's a lot of weird government shit happening.
Yeah.
And I grew up next to military bases. I grew up in between El Toro Air Force Base and Tustin Marine Base as a kid. So I had a lot of fucking air activity. The shit that we wondered about was when we rode our mountain bikes out in the hills in the dark and got stoned, and these stars that would dance across the sky and do weird shit, and they like form a triangle and then fly off different directions, fucking all at 90 degrees, and do weird shit like that. That's when we're like, what the fuck's going on out there? But there could have been testing over Catalina. A lot of people say that and stuff like that. But
Well, what's interesting is all the people who used to be big UFO advocates in favor of like extraterrestrials. Well, since the government has started coming out and having these like disclosure hearings on UAPs and stuff, now most of those people are saying, in fact, they don't believe in UFOs and aliens, that it's just the government conducting a disinformation campaign.
maybe.
I tend to think that that's correct about the whole alien question. That the way that Congress, these hearings they held, and the things that they listened to and considered as legitimate testimony are outrageous. It's just a bunch of hearsay. It's not even direct eyewitness testimony. It's like people saying, well, people I know that in this agency that I trust said to me one time that they saw something.
Right.
And if there was anything to it, surely there'd be some kind of better evidence than that.
So my uncle was a colonel in the Air Force. And just like that story, he told my dad that there were fucking UFOs. And there were things that we don't know whose they are or what they are, but there's shit happening. And that was in the 70s.
Well, like what made him convinced?
He was an Air Force colonel, so I have no idea. Fucking,
Right.
he saw some shit, like for real. And
What did he see?
he never told me personally. He just told Lee. That's one of those stories, that gets passed on. I know personally that I've seen some shit I cannot explain. I'm not saying it's fucking aliens.
Right.
But they're UAPs.
I mean,
There are things happening. It's aerial phenomenon. There's weird shit fucking out there.
that's
just saw one
definitely the
recently.
case. Like, definitely, there's been plenty of reliable eyewitness testimony regarding pilots encountering something weird in the air.
Yeah.
Like the Phoenix Lights, for example, are another good example of something where clearly there's no denying the legitimacy of the testimonials and the footage and stuff. Something weird was going on in the sky.
Yeah.
The only question is, what was it? And unfortunately, we don't have any answers to questions like that.
Yeah. That's true.
Which is super annoying.
My
'Cause
uncle
I
has
want
passed away
answers.
too. And I think if we had a moment nowadays, I definitely would bring it up because it's always made me curious.
Help yourself to these, Kay, if you want one.
Would you guys like some gummy bears?
Oh yeah, like real gummy bears, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Haribo's.
I love gummy bears. Okay.
Yeah.
I think Haribo is the ultimate brand of gummy bear, just as Werther's are the ultimate brand of butterscotch candies.
Yes, totally. Oh my gosh.
Those are the best gummy
Next
bears.
time we go, we have to get.
Werther's?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to live in the aristocratic version of butterscotch candies, you get Werther's.
Oh, I remember Werther. They're great.
So grandma too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Grandma and
Dr. Nick.
But I always watch a fair amount of those kind of conspiracy kind of videos and woo-woo kind of stuff. This morning I watched what was clearly a very hard rationalist addressing the question of the moon and its weirdness. And I found her wishy-washiness about its like she wanted to say, well, there's definitely some regular old explanation to explain the
Feel
moon.
free to take
It may be a
some.
combination of
You're
the
welcome.
large impact hypothesis and or the like there's a couple of different kind of
And the dark side of the moon kind of thing. Like, they've got some outposts there.
you think we got outposts on the dark side of the moon? Who's they? The aliens?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or probably the, I
The
don't know,
Chinese.
the military, whatever country.
I mean, we have, for some reason, a space force that would assume that our space force
That we're
has some spaceships to fly around in.
there's shit happening probably absolutely in the stratosphere, and who knows? Like, I don't know. People talk about the moon base, the dark side of the moon, all this. Like,
The moon-
supposedly there's mines on the moon from way back when and shit like that that
I don't know how
was
much
never disclosed.
minerals they have on the moon. That
Well, the one thing about the moon is full of water. The whole inside of it, look it up. There's a huge glacier inside the moon. It's a hidden water source. If Earth ever hit the fan and we were out of water, like we could totally pump from the moon to the Earth
Well,
in our dying days.
some I don't know what you call them, people who are like earth conscious predict that the next thing that's going to happen is a worldwide like water shortage,
Yeah.
and part of the problem is AI because AI runs on water apparently. So
We're all water, right? We're 70% water ourselves. Like,
Yeah,
once water hits gets to that dry point, like, I know the earth, I'm sure, has water within it, these deep aqueducts and stuff like that, like in the Amazon and different places. But, like, we're going to get to the point as a
lot of
human
water.
race, right? Aren't we?
and Earth.
well,
Hold on,
water actually
2000 water.
recycles all the time, right? Unlike
Water world.
say oil, water's not not a resource that gets used up. It just gets converted into pee and then back into the water table, and
Yeah.
So it's not. I don't think we really have to worry too much about running out of water. But
I thought it was
You
like
think?
kind of
It's all about converting
call that
the
when
salt water to drinkable
can-
water. That's the key.
Is to convert.
Really?
Yeah, because there's plenty of ocean.
high.
Yeah, there's plenty of ocean water.
or whatever. I thought it was excessive for
Two-thirds
like what it actually
of
was.
water.
yeah, we can
And the ocean.
desalinate presumably as much water as we could possibly want. But desalination is a very
Let's see what people are
difficult
saying.
way to get fresh water. You end up with a bunch of salt that you don't know what to do with, and
Oh.
it's very energy intensive way to get fresh water. But nevertheless, possible. The thing about the moon is, if the moon weren't exactly as it was, the Earth wouldn't work properly. Like the thing is, we need a
Yeah.
moon that big and
Totally.
that close in order to slow the spinning of the Earth, also create all the tidal stuff.
So
That's what's crazy how
So
perfect
much
it is in
water.
place.
Yeah.
If the moon was any different, how different it would impact the Earth. Like it's a lot
The
of people
moon
think it's
and
strategic,
Jupiter.
like
Whew.
the way it pulls on us. Like there's no way that.
Yeah, but a lot of people interacting.
Yeah, there are some people here interacting tonight.
It's not any fucking coincidence that the moon is there. Like it's.
And additionally, why in the world would it happen to be exactly the right distance, size, and on the right elliptical plane for it to provide pretty much exact solar eclipses, where it covers, it covers the entirety of
Yeah.
the sun, not more, not
Right.
less.
That's crazy.
And
I've
then-
never thought about that.
And then
I've
everything's
seen
in tune on the planet to it, like our ancient civilizations, where they're like, they were seeing the shit this whole time. Like, and we're just catching on to it.
It
Like,
doesn't run on water, it cools with water. From Johnny Katz.
So accordingly,
Is that
Johnny
advertising?
Katz probably
Yeah, but still, it's using water.
well. But the thing about water is, if I stick a hot pan into a stream and the stream cools down the hot pan, even though some steam comes up from it,
right,
it's not disappearing. The water doesn't
That's
go
water.
anywhere. You know.
right.
So if you're just using water to cool these AI centers, if you cool it in a way that's sensible, then you can
Yes,
use the
I'm
water after it's
Australian.
used for that. No problem.
Yeah, you got it, mate. Nah, oh yeah, I was born Kiwi. Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah, born in New Zealand. Born in New Zealand. Not South African. But, Kiwi, Australian. It's a similar accent. I'm talking with. Who am I talking with right now?
Rachel and I have been trying to figure out this question.
Fly Guy 2997. I'm not fucking South African. I'm Australian. Yeah, born in New Zealand though.
Nah, she's just exactly mine.
How did she get out of jail?
People are.
I imported her. It was a long trust me, mate. You don't want another story.
Shrimps on the barbie. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. It's prawns, dude. Like, we don't call them shrimp. They're fucking prawns
Oh my God.
Geez, from
on the
India.
barbecue.
Okay, it's taken over here.
That's
Sorry,
not-
I'm taking
Oh,
over
okay,
you.
you do
I'm
your
taking
thing.
over
I
you.
that used to
I-
say shrimps on the bar.
I think it's fantastic because obviously
Australians are all in
in.
jail. Yeah, used to be. Oh, can I tell you a story? I'm going to tell you a story. My best friend, Jo Lois,
I'm gonna go get the bomb. I'll be
she
back.
is original. She is from the line of Ned Kelly. And if you know Ned Kelly, he's original horse thief. Australian convict
Australian,
from way back when.
he's the cowboy.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
You're talking about Billy Kid. Ned
You talk
Kelly.
about Billy the Kid. We're talking about fucking Ned Kelly is the
Australia.
original OG.
And if you don't know Australia, mate, they're pretty much US with the accent and a whole lot of land and not a lot of people. It's like
It's
the
the
old
K show now.
West.
Australians are Indians now.
Okay, these guys get just Eric yapping at them
They're
all day, every
Aboriginals.
day. So
They're
they appreciate
Aboriginals.
the change of pace.
They're Aboriginals. They're not Indian.
Australians are Indians now. We call them
What's it?
Native Australians. No, you're right. Indigenous
Indigenous.
Australians. They're beautiful people. Amazing. They've got telepathic powers. Crikey!
Crikey, mate. It's the oldest land mass on the planet, right? It broke off from Africa.
Yeah, so Pangea. Oh, Pangea.
Oh, Pangea.
Africa, Australia, America. They were all connected.
You guys don't know, but Rachel,
They got
I
the
took
minerals,
Rachel to the
baby.
hospital
They got the
yesterday.
minerals.
Rachel would?
Yeah, I had to take Rachel to the hospital yesterday.
No way.
She has a kidney stone. And she
It's
was,
passing.
yeah, she's passing a kidney stone.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's Eric and Tag.
It's
Yeah,
fine. Obviously,
in the best possible way.
Oh, darn. That sucks.
it's kind of the best. case
You're
scenario
full
for the
abo?
hospital trip for
No,
Rachel.
you're not.
Yeah,
Really?
it's gonna pass. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah.
It
That's
did-
painful, though.
Yeah, well,
You're full
she was
abo?
in agony.
No. Really? Fly Guy 2997, you're full abo?
He's
No.
not full Navajo. That's ridiculous.
He's not full. Are you full abo, really? Is Eric a bogan? He's more like a mountain
Mountain.
redneck.
Do you
No, he's
call?
not a redneck.
Do you call the Aborigines?
Eric is
in
definitely not a
Australia
redneck.
abos?
Eric is definitely not a redneck.
Think he may be fibbing. Oh, shit.
Eric's not a bogan. There's no way.
Acacia EV think he may be fibbing, but I don't know. Fly Guy's half abo. No.
We actually know a lot of bogans.
No, he's
And-
totally bogan.
What's a bogan?
A bogan is Australian, like redneck.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's more like suburban, like western suburbs,
Hillbilly.
Melbourne.
A bogan?
Yeah, totes.
Like a suburban fucking person? No. A bogan is definitely fucking a country person. An Australian.
Nah, bogan is full suburbs. You take your Nissan Pulsar, right? You take your Nissan Pulsar
Kay's gone full Australian.
and you fucking hot it up.
So you think bogans have Nissan Pulsars?
Yeah,
And they hot rod 'em?
bogans have Nissan Pulsars. Yeah, and they hot them up and they get that going.
Okay. This is like white trash, inner suburb.
No, I wouldn't say white trash. No, I would say suburban glory.
Suburban glory.
Nothing more glorious.
Australia,
They're
is
right
Australia
in
a real
suburbs.
place though? Yeah, fuck, I just came back from there.
I don't know though. Is it?
Yeah, do you know fucking Holden? Holden
You go
is
through space, they make you close the blinds. You're not allowed to fucking look at or they fucking get all weird. Like, what goes on in that 12 hours? Is it a real place? I don't know, we land there.
Yeah, I was fucking
Or is
there,
it?
mate. I was there like 2 weeks ago. Yeah.
So what's a Holden?
A Holden Commodore,
Oh,
mate.
it's a car there.
It's the best car.
Is it made in Australia?
Yeah, it
It's
is.
like the Australian brand.
I
It's
didn't
that.
know Australians made any cars.
They do.
Yeah, they do.
Kay
They
had
don't
a
sell
Holden.
them here, do they?
Kay had a blue Cortina.
I had a blue Cortina. It was a Ford.
Oh, there was. Sorry.
I know.
I've never. I guess they don't import them to America.
It's a
No,
theme
Holdens
part
are
of.
Holdens,
It's a theme part of LA. No,
Holden is
it's
the.
Rudy.
Holden is not in the U.S. Nah, you don't. Nah.
Mm.
Holden Commodore.
They got a cool. It kind of looks like an El Camino
Look it up.
with the. It's with the short bed and low. I kind of like that version of the Holden. I don't know what it'd be called.
I think El
Yeah, fill it
Camino
up.
is a good concept for a car. It's like
Totally,
it's
you got
kind of a truck.
Oh,
but-
it's
it's
there.
not, but you got a car.
right.
They don't believe Australia is an actual place.
They do too.
They're just fucking with.
They're fucking with me.
I want to know.
You know what? I'm not.
No, I don't drink Foster's. Foster's awful.
I'm not sure. Though.
And
not
Australia
sure it is an actual
exports
place.
it because it's terrible. We don't want to drink it.
It might not be a.
And that's why we export it. It's awful.
I've
Do you
heard-
get on this simulator we call a plane, right? And we ride this capsule across the fucking oceans. Is it a place? You arrive there, but do we actually know that that's not a multiplane, right? Does the toilet flush the other way? It fucking does.
Yeah,
It totally does. I'm not gonna lie.
but that's just the other way.
You know, the Earth is furthest from the sun in July, so one would think that southern hemisphere
just saw a
winters
wallaby.
are colder.
I was walking around in the wilderness behind my parents' house. And I thought, when I heard a scurrying in the bushes, I thought it was a bear because I'm used to California creatures. And I was like, oh shit, oh, it's a bear. It was a wallaby. True story.
It was a wallaby, huh?
It was a wallaby.
Are those
Kay
the
loves
things with the
wallabies.
square poops?
They're so cute. Oh my god, I love them.
Are those the things with the square poops?
Do they do square scat? Okay, do you-
No, they poop like rabbits.
There's some creature in Australia that has square poops.
Maybe that'd be the wombat.
Yeah, the wombat.
The wombat. Okay, down where
Dingoes do not make good pets. They will
down
eat
where
you.
Kay's sister and brother-in-law live, they got a lot of wombats. People, they dig up gardens, shit. They're kind of
Oh, what happens if you flush the toilet as you cross the equator? Does it change direction mid-flush?
Good
Never
question.
tested that.
Good
Don't know.
question.
right.
Maybe. Or maybe it's
The
just.
toilet right on the equator
Maybe it
floating
just
in the
goes
ocean,
straight down.
doing the exact test.
I mean, it might go straight down because you don't have centrifugal force in either direction.
Never been on the
Straight
equator
in.
and flushed a toilet.
Like a plane where it just goes. You're just like, holy shit, where the fuck did that go? That was intense.
I think they capture it in the plane.
But
I don't think it
platypus.
just drops out
It's
of the sky.
amazing the suction
Doc
though
Bell.
when you're in a plane. Like, is that like what it would feel like? The way your poop goes
Beaver tail.
sucking out that fucking toilet. Is that how quickly you would be sucked out?
Lays
that plane
eggs.
if there was a fucking gap in that plane. Like, the suction was amazing. It's just,
Do you know there was an incident
Crazy
one time
creatures,
where
those
a pilot,
platypus.
where the
Tasmania.
side window busted out? The pilot was dragged out of the plane. Half of his body was like flopping against the side of
Have
the
you
plane.
ever seen a
And they landed it and he
thylacine?
survived.
Nope.
ugh. Dude, I
Am I
have
high?
read about
No,
things
just
like
drunk.
that. Kay is high on life. I'll tell you what.
Seems like she's happy to be back. I bet Lulu's happy to
If
be
you
back.
give weed to Kay, like she wouldn't even be
Fuck,
talking to
taking a boat to see if the world's
wouldn't even be
flat.
talking
Let's
to us,
just see.
but-
Let's just test FG's question. Way more pressing. Do you have any fave New Zealand slang sayings? Wicked as, bro.
wicked ass, bro.
Wicked as.
What's wicked ass?
Choices, bro.
It's like fuck yeah. Wicked. They say as a lot. Like it's like as is like yeah.
I'm gonna do.
It's like
We
yeah,
went to
yeah.
Waitangi Day. I was just in the Gold Coast,
or fuck.
and they did
An
Waitangi
ass.
Day,
Ass is a
which
ass.
is
That
you
could
know,
be-
the Treaty of
You know what's
Waitangi.
trippy about New Zealand is WH is
I'm about to do a
pronounced
song.
fuh,
From
like fungare.
I'm about to do a song from that day.
Pronounce it wangare.
Engai toru fa karai kue kure ke mane
She
kure
actually
ke
went to
mane
primary in
kiro te mamana ui hamana ui hamana inga matu atu matu e kingari o matu kingari o matu kingari atu mai ah titi ore gari tika hingering hingering atu matu e no fatu fai ruana tafanu gete hinga ue ai hunga tero tingai e he toru fa.
Is that some sort of New Zealand?
That's
It
in New
is,
Zealand.
Kay went to school primary in New Zealand.
That's from
That's
Waiata.
like, that's like New Zealand natives or something.
It is.
Yes.
It's the Maori.
Wow, they taught us
How
that in
How do you pronounce it? Maori?
in
or
primary
Maori?
Maori.
Maori. But Maori. But those are the natives of New Zealand. And do the haka, Kay. Can you
Yeah,
do the haka?
no. Yo, you asked for the haka.
Do the haka.
Watch out for the bike behind you, though.
Yeah, don't haka the bike.
Don't haka the bike.
This is the warrior chant of New Zealand.
Ah, kamate, koreko. Hey, kamate, koreko. Hey, bate, hey. Ah, mate, hey. Hey, bate. Ooh,
You're ready to go to war.
Unfortunately, we're involved in war, whether we like it or not. Yes.
That's a little bit of that.
You know, I gotta admit, if I was an opposing warrior, I don't think I'd be that intimidated by that.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't do the full like eyes and the
you
tongue
should
and
see
everything.
them with they're like 6'5" with their facial tattoos, and they look all
They're
yeah.
pretty incredible.
When they do it, their tongues stick out and shit.
I'm
They're
like pretty nice and
Right.
Kay's like a gentle.
I'm a
warrior
gentle-
in her pink shirt. She's like
gentle haka.
she's just the tongue of the haka. You should see the whole thing.
I guess my thought is just when I think
You
of
see those
badass
boys, like,
people
fucking
dancing,
6'2"
I think of
and-
West Side Story.
Yeah, right. Yeah, totally.
And they do the
yeah.
whole
Well,
if
if you watch rugby, the All Blacks are the New Zealand team, and they always do the haka. And then if there's ever an Olympic New Zealand team,
Oh,
there's
All
the
Blacks
haka.
versus the Springboks, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Springboks
Blacks,
is South
man.
Africa. Yeah.
All Blacks are legend fucking.
New Zealand likes rugby, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
They're part of the Commonwealth, and so, and they had a lot of good players because of the Maori. All the big Maori boys are All Blacks, and they fucking dominated.
It's
rugby.
really interesting having.
And the
It's
gals,
really interesting
the
having.
female rugby team is fierce as fuck.
Oh,
dude.
jeez. You don't want to mess
Jesus
with the
Christ, don't
birds.
mess with those ladies.
Yeah.
They'll fucking rip your
Oh
tongue
yeah,
out.
New Zealand women's teams are called the Ferns, huh? Is that all of them? All the women?
The women's All Blacks, yeah.
Oh, the ferns, yeah,
Ferns,
because
yeah.
the fern, the what's it called, the big ferns, okay, the
Silver fern.
pungas.
Well, isn't the soccer team also called that? Like, you know how the Australian team, soccer team, women's team is called the Matildas?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the soccer team, yeah. That's Australia.
Right. I think
The Matildas.
I've
Yeah.
heard the Ferns before though associated with New Zealand. It would probably be in women's soccer.
In the women's soccer and
do,
footy,
you think they would call themselves the Ferns?
possibly, because they have the big ferns in New Zealand, right? They're called the punga trees, right? Okay. What are the big ferns in?
Panga.
Yeah.
Why do they call them the Matildas in Australia? What's
I don't know why they would. Well, Matilda is
Matilda.
yeah. Well, and Matilda too is a biblical term,
Matilda.
right?
You come waltzing Matilda with me. And she sang as she walked the way down the Tucker Bay. You'll come waltzing Matilda with me. Waltzing Matilda, waltzing Matilda, you'll come waltzing Matilda with me. And he sang as he watched and waited till his billy boiled. You'll come waltzing Matilda with me.
Is that an Australian song?
Yeah.
Is it Matilda the name for a female kangaroo? Like a Joey is for a male kangaroo?
That's a good question.
Matilda goes back
have to look
to
it
the
up.
Second World War.
I have no
So what's a
idea.
female kangaroo called? Joey's are male kangaroos, right?
Right. Well, no, a
A
Joey's
Joey, a
baby.
Joey is a baby
A Joey's a
kangaroo.
Oh,
Baby.
Joey's a baby kangaroo.
What is the name for a female?
Are they
Daru.
kangaroos?
Right? I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
I thought a Joey referred to a male kangaroo. Never mind. I thought maybe that's where the Matilda came
You know,
from.
koalas fucking are like little gremlins. They are fierce as fuck. They got 3 little talons,
Uh-huh.
and the only reason
Nothing else
koalas
past that.
are fucking chill is because they get
They didn't
high
say
on
anything past that.
eucalyptus all day.
I don't know. Do you
They're
guys want to watch
eating that
what these guys
eucalyptus.
are doing?
Their eyes are red as shit. They sit up in that tree and chill. But if you ever see a koala, like mating season, and they do this, they do this crazy shit. Like a koala, they're pretty much gremlins. Like with their 3 fingers and stuff, as cute as they look, they could be fierce as fuck.
You know, they're also apparently some of the dumbest creatures in the whole animal kingdom. You know how the
That's
amount of
interesting.
wrinkles that a brain has to do with intelligence?
It's 'cause
Their
they're so
brains are
stoned.
totally smooth. Well,
They're so
because-
Oh my
stoned.
god.
It's because they only eat eucalyptus, and the thing about eucalyptus is it's not easy to digest. So almost all
They're so
of their
fucking
hours in the
stoned.
day
They're out of their
are
mind.
them just resting and trying to digest this borderline toxic thing that they is the only thing they eat. Just like pandas also are stupid because they only eat one thing. They just eat
Right.
bamboo. And they're so dumb that sometimes pandas well this is why you have to they need
There's not
people
many
to help
people
them.
saying anything anymore. The last person who said something was Kaleidoscope.
That
Dude,
happens, Kay.
Boyd.
The thing is, that definitely happens. What happens during a live stream is they'll get bursts of people getting more people, then fewer people,
Oh, yeah.
more people. Sometimes I'll have a decent number of people, but people aren't more like listening and talking.
Koalas,
At
dude.
the beginning of doing this,
Pandas
I
fall
fretted
off
about
trees
that
all
stuff,
the
but
time from
Pandas are so dumb that they will leave
604.
their baby someplace and forget they have a baby, and then
Right.
it'll die of starvation. That's why they need
They're
people.
loving their left nah, fuck you.
How do you like my Waltzing Matilda song?
He
They
did
didn't like it. Nobody liked it. They were like, oh, that's a bit weird. And they went away and they were like, oh.
Did they say they didn't like it? Or
No,
they
but
just-
they nobody said
Just because they
anything.
didn't say
Or they were so gobsmacked by the glory of the song. They just needed the
Don't
moment.
look for glory, dude. So.
Well, you know, that's why live streaming in general takes some experience to get used to the ebbs and flows of things. It's
The
not
ebbs and the
necessarily-
flows.
It's not necessarily responsive.
I love Waltzing Matilda myself. That was great.
Yeah,
I remember that from
Oh, you said, gee, 604. Kylie Minogue and Sir Donald Bradman is all I know about Australia.
Mm.
Jimmy Barnes, and John Farnham.
John Farnham.
G604.
Yeah, generally you don't
That's
have to
his
say
name.
the number. Their name's just the first part.
Right.
The number afterwards is YouTube's way of making sure that everybody has a unique handle. So there's not two people with exactly the same username.
Kylie Minogue and Donald Bradman is all I know of Australia. Really?
I don't know either. of
What
them.
universe is that? You know, Russell Crowe and Heath Ledger and Margot Robbie.
South Park has a hilarious episode about Russell Crowe.
And really?
where he
Kylie
goes around
Minogue and Donald
fights-
Bradman?
gets into fights
Well,
with
Sir
everybody.
Donald Bradman, he's freaking awesome. That's cricket, man. It's cricket. Legendary cricket. Best joker ever. Heath Ledger. Legend,
maybe.
absolutely.
I'm not sure. Not ready for a minute.
Okay, because I'm like starving. So.
Kill them some Heath Ledger.
I'd say make a frozen dinner or something.
That's
Are you
what I-
guys hungry? You want something to eat?
No, we're good. We got stuff that we're gonna make at home too. We should probably go do that ourselves.
I'm kind of addicted to the streaming thing now.
Yeah, you are.
You know, you're welcome to participate
Yeah.
as long as you like or whenever you want.
Yeah,
Really.
you should if you like.
I can make you some food if you want to hang out. We go inside. We could
I could make food too, or
we could play some music. Or you
we
know.
could, yeah.
I got some jelly, really.
Do you
Wait.
ever play the regular bass?
No,
No, I don't.
Do you play
I
the
actually
guitar?
we first tried to put Kay on a bass, and she realized it's just a big guitar, and it was more awkward than she liked. And then she found cello, bowing, right? And she's like, I just want to resonate. And it was really grounding, which I really like for what we did. But then we started going to these jams on Wednesdays. It was kind of like old timey bluegrass. And Kay would always kind of, jam with us and stuff. But one day, the bass player wasn't there, and she plucked one, and we heard it, and we were like, "Damn, can you just do that more?" Since we don't have a bass player today, and that's how it kind of developed, and then it kind of evolved.
Might get the cello up
And then
here.
I was like, "Oh, that's gonna make a
Mr.
bass."
Ruben
And then I'm
ARE.
like, just run that through a bass amp, and you're pretty much a bass guitar. Cello, put
Bon
that thing
Scott.
on the side, and you got a bass, just like Jack Black. And it totally,
oh no.
yeah, totally.
Oh, this one
The
here.
dueling cellos, yeah.
That's G604 ACDC.
They did
Bon
AC/DC, but the dueling cellos ripped that song.
Yeah.
That was like their hit.
I'm sure.
So, do you want me to go inside and set stuff up here?
Oh, for jamming?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll go grab some stuff too.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go get set
We're gonna go grab some instruments and we're gonna come
We'll
back.
I'll take this.
Ruben and G604 and
We'll
Yeah.
do that.
yeah.
All right, sounds good. All right, let's go inside, get this stuff set up. I'll get the PA set up. I'll get the mics set up. Get some cords out. Get the. I haven't had the bass amp plugged in a long time. I get that thing set up so that Kay can plug her cello into there. This will be fun. This will be nice.
I don't feel like participating.
You don't have to.
Okay.
Just pay exactly as much or as little as you want.
Well, thanks. I'm tired.
Let me get a couple of microphones out. Oh, microphone testing on 1, 2, 3. I said a microphone testing like you and me. All right, so I need to plug this in. That's why I came over here. Where's my meow? Right here, right here, right here. Here it is. I found the right cable. I can plug it into this. Then we'll get the phone charging so that we don't run out of phone electricity. I'm glad I plugged it in when I did here. It is running out of electricity. Okay.
I think you're the cutest. Do you think that I'm the cutest?
Of course, darling.
Thank you. Okay, put you a kiss.
Mm-hmm.
That feels nice.
Thanks, darling. All right, let me put these beds over here for right now so they're not in the way. Let me move this keyboard.
Good call, the cottage cheese.
Thanks. Okay, we've got the keyboard there. That's a good place for us, not a terrible place. Now, is this thing plugged in? Oh, this out for now. Don't need this complicating things. I'm not gonna need these headphones. Stick these things out so that it's uncomplicating things. Alright. Now we'll look back here, find this, and it is plugged in. Alright. And this is plugged in. That's fine. Okay, so we got that plugged in. We're gonna get a cable like this.
Simple Girl says that pelvic floor problems have to do with emotional problems. Like, do I not deal with my emotions well?
I mean, Rachel, I'm not even sure if, I guess that kidney stones has something to do with your pelvic floor, but I don't have any way conceivably of answering that question because unless it just means you have a tendency to clench, in which case, yeah, clenching would correlate broadly to, I guess, being tense or something. But I think a much better explanation for it is 8-SWAT-SI, and the idea that a person who's got a kidney stone should blame their emotions for it is ridiculous. And even if you didn't deal with your emotions well in some sense, the real question would be, how should you behave otherwise, conceivably? Like, is there an alt here? Because it's not as though this is the kind of question where it doesn't matter if there's an alt, that you just have some kind of explanation. The best explanation is an alternative one to that. Accordingly, it better have an alt. So, the answer to the question is, that whole idea is silly. It's just blaming you, blaming your emotions for your physical problems, and blaming you for not using your emotions properly in some
So it
way.
made me think, I'm like, wow, maybe I don't deal with my emotions well. Like, are there things that I'm not dealing with?
Well, neither of us is going to ever deal with our emotions well because of where it is in our cognitive function stuff. That's what I'm saying, is that to the extent that that links to something, it would link to functions, not being a woman with emotions or something.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now I need the other microphone. The other microphone is right here. And in addition to that, I don't think that she was saying that women have this relationship between their emotions and their pelvic floor because they're dealing with their emotions badly. I think she was saying that it's just the physical manifestation of a woman's strong emotions or something. these over here, but they're not going to get so much feedback from the meows, from the monitors. Okay. I'm kind of tempted to end this stream and start a new one with a new title. Like Sunday Night Neighbor Party or something. Hi. So,
What's this here?
that's Rachel's medication. It's probably Prozac. Fluoxetine.
Oh, nice. I'm on,
What kind of drug do you want?
I'm on, progesterone.
Oh.
Hormone medication.
I thought you were looking at it to see if it was a drug you wanted to take.
Hey!
Hey!
Hi,
Okay. So this one is going to go here, like so. Okay. So I think I'm actually gonna end this stream for a bit and give the phone a little bit of a chance to charge. And then I'm gonna start a new stream and after I get all set up and everything. So thanks for being here. The new stream will be appropriately titled, you know.